We have had some huge challenges this year, 2020. And if we listen to UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres speak last week at Columbia University in New York, it was actually like listening to a pitch on an apocalyptic version of a Hollywood blockbuster. It's bad, we know it. And here in Copenhagen outside, there's no snow and it's dark. Welcome, good morning. My name is Richard. I'm the founder of the One Initiative, and I'll be your host today. And I like to celebrate because I think there is a lot of people, companies, investors, policymakers, others that do a lot to bring solutions to the challenges out there. And we like to celebrate that and put light on that today. 6 weeks ago, we decided to transform to an online version. So we moved from the Copenhagen Old Stock Exchange into this studio in Copenhagen to be able to fit on the screen for you. And we reached out to a lot of our friends in the Nordic and also international ecosystem of Impact to help us put on a program today that will work. And also we get a good backup from our partners. So thanks to them, the Danish Business Authority, Plus Impact by Danske Bank, Novo Nordisk Foundation, Nordic Innovation, and also Vækstfonden, the state Danish investment fund. But we also like to hear from you. So if you like to comment or have questions for this, please send a text to us. And there should be a number down at the screen where you can send it, and I'll be your host, and I'll take care and see if we can get that through to me or some of the moderators. So what is Nordic Impact Business Summit actually all about? The last 4 years, we have looked into this ecosystem in the Nordic of impact startups, and we looked around 7,000 companies and assessed them on sustainability. And we found thousands and thousands of them working on very great solutions. So what we do is we match them with investors and business developers, not only in the Nordics, but also around the world, and have good conversation how to strengthen their case and really make them investor ready. And that's what we did last year in the Old Stock Exchange in Copenhagen. But obviously it's online this year. So the last month we built an online platform and a dashboard for all the companies and investors so they can find each other online today. And all those companies we picked out this year are a lot of different companies. Obviously, we have one of the first companies in the world actually have a robotic swabbing for COVID-19 tests. But we also have a lot of other companies like Hyperion, who do concrete 3D printing, or KiteX, who have small kites taking down wind for energy, or companies like Ferrum, who actually have a household project for anyone to contribute to reduced pharmaceuticals throughout the water in our world, or Sevigi from Malmö, who actually have a liquid where you can put fruit and vegetables into it so it actually keeps longer on the shelf in supermarkets. Or Soil Steam, who actually can clean soils from chemicals. Or Tebrito from Sweden, who actually use all those new kind of proteins and make flour and others for different kind of products. So what are the characteristics of those companies? We have companies from all the Nordics, and we also have companies of different maturity stage, mostly pre-seed and seed companies. And the investor stage is a little bit different from them, and the funding need also. And what about investors that are online today and match with those companies? We have investors mostly from Denmark, it's a little bit biased from our project, but as you can see, we also have a lot of companies throughout the Nordics and also from different parts of Europe, like Netherlands, Germany, UK, Hungary, Portugal, Italy. and also from abroad, from US and other parts of the world. And the investment types are all the ones that actually invest in early stage startups, mostly business angels. We also have a lot of venture capital funds throughout the Nordics and Europe, but also family offices and other kind of investors. And the experience is a little bit different, but many of them actually have a good experience, not only in early stage investments, but also in assessing impact companies. And most of them prefer, obviously, to engage with companies in an early stage. But before we start today, the program and the matchmaking, I'd like to have a call to Isabella Palmgren from Gothenburg, and she also have a company called Mimbly. So welcome to us, Isabella. How is Gothenburg this morning?
Thank you for having me. It's dark. The sun is just about to go up.
Yeah, so let's look for the sun today. So Isabella, tell me a little bit about how was your experience of the summit last year in Copenhagen?
I think it was a great event. We met lots of investors. We did the round table that you talked about, which I think is very different compared to other events that you go to. So you actually sit down with specific problems and try to solve them, which was good, really good for us.
You got some good relations there for your future work the last year?
Yeah, I would say so. We were just about to start our round when this was, so it was a good time to actually identify investors, to be able to reach out after the summer.
And what have happened for you the last year since Copenhagen? I know there's a lot of things going on with you, so let's hear a little bit on what happened the last year.
It's been a lot. We closed the investment round after that in the fall, so we took in 8.5 million Swedish crowns. And then now we've gone from prototype to a later stage prototype that we are installing with customers. We installed last week and this week here in Sweden. We also got a big grant from the EU of 2 million euros, which is really nice. And we have increased the team and increased the board as well. So it's been a really exciting year for us.
Okay, so you have a lot of work the last year.
Yes.
and what part of the technology have you actually worked most on to maybe you should tell a little bit about, for some of the viewers that don't know Mimbly, exactly what you do.
Yeah, of course. We do water recycling. So we have created an add-on water recycling system for professional laundry machines. A bit complex. So we do a hardware product and we do a software platform. So you can see all your savings. So this year we've gone from a prototype that we have built ourselves to working with a production partner that has actually made a producible prototype, or a producible almost product, if you can say it like that. And the platform is up and running as well, so the customers can log in and see all their savings, both financial and sustainable savings.
And are you already out in the market with some first customers of yours, actually?
Yes, we're out with 2 right now. We installed last week and we installed one yesterday.
Okay.
And we're installing one on Tuesday next week.
And who are those first customers? What kind of customers are they?
It's real estate companies. So we do shared laundry rooms. We're also doing one cleaning company. So the first ones out are Stena Fastigheter and Lundbergs Fastigheter. And then we're doing core service management that's also active in the Nordics.
Okay. And how have they received your technology and product?
It's been good. So we've been installing in the shared laundry rooms. We've been talking to the people that actually do the laundry. And we've been showing them how it works, because we save water, we save energy, and then we filter out the microplastics that are released from the wash. So we want the users to actually know what's going on, and we want the customers of ours to see all their savings, to be able to share this on social media and so on. So it's been received good so far.
Okay, so now you're actually on there with customers, and you have a lot of investments and support on your technology and organization. So where will you take it the next year, you think? What is 2021
well, the next year,
for Mimbly?
The goal is to be able to launch the product completely. So we're going to increase the team. We're doubling the team most likely next year, starting production, certifying the product and selling the systems. So it's going to be a really exciting and a year with a lot to do.
And what would be the largest challenges for you as a founder and CEO of such a company in growth and big support from investors and others and traction with customers? So how do you see it on yourself?
Well, it's always a challenge. I would say this is the first time that we have funding for the next 2 years because of these grants that we have received. So it's more going to be related to the customers and COVID, and can we go out and meet the customers? Can we go and do the installation safely and so on? And to grow the team and have interviews remotely as well. It's been an experience, but it's been going really good so far. So hopefully that won't change.
And how do you reckon growth in customers and market? Will you grow slowly out of Sweden, or are you already looking at partnerships with other areas of the Nordics or elsewhere?
Well, the customers that we have are mostly active in the Nordics. So we have 22 signed on pilot customers right now. So we are going to do the pilots with them now during the spring, where we install maybe 1 Minbox per place, where they get to test out the technology and see how it works to then be able to actually buy the system or pre-buy the system before we start production. So we're looking for more customers, of course. So if you know any, let us know. Real estate owners, shared laundry rooms.
So will you have time for a Christmas holiday, you think, or?
Well, this year, a lot more than last year, because last year we closed around the 20th of December. So last year was a tired Christmas, but this year is going to be a nice Christmas.
Oh, sounds great. Well, thanks a lot for calling in here and sharing some of your experiences from last year and what happened to you. So good luck with all your endeavors there, and see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, we're almost about to start this day, and we have a good program throughout the day, actually coming on with the central part of 150 round tables, where we are matching those Nordic top 50 companies with around 200 investors, and also a lot of different things going on throughout the day. Specialized, say at 2 p.m. we will launch this report, which is our second edition of the Impact Report Nordic Investors. And this is actually a market analysis and study of impact investing in the Nordics. And we have a great international panel coming on and debating that at 2. And as you can see, there is a very interesting program rest of the day as well, both talking about how founders and investors match each other, and also talking a little bit about how life science could actually be a possibility for transition into green. We have a great thing coming on, also a little bit high conceptual on going from breakdown of systems to breakthrough of new solutions for the world. And we will also wrap up in the end of the day and talk a little bit about how you manage and measure impact. But next coming up is actually a little bit about what is this day actually going to center around. So who are the impact startups? It's a little bit about what are the archetypes of startups, investors, business model, policymakers, and other solutions out there that actually can do a change in the world and lead us in a better direction. And to help us do that, we have a moderator with us, which is Mette Fløe. She's an angel investor from Copenhagen, Denmark, and she will be moderated this session, Who are the Impact Startups? So I'm giving it over to Mette in a second, and I hope to see you later on today, being back here at 2 for the launch of Impact Report Nordic Investors. So see you later.
Hello, everybody, and good morning from not so sunny Copenhagen. So thank you, Richard. Thank you for inviting all of us for this amazing event. I think this is perhaps one of the largest online event here in the Nordic region, at least where we see the normal matching sessions that we would have attended on site being held online. So now we can talk about superstars. Do we need them? Who are they? Will they be there? Are they already here? What do we need them for? So let me do just a brief introduction on what we're going to talk about, and then of course introduce this amazing panel. Hello everybody and welcome. So from Graham Bell to Steve Jobs, and from Henry Ford to Elon Musk's, they've been here for centuries, for decades. The ones who dare go where no one has gone before, the light towers, the guiding stars, the ones we all want to be, the VIPs, the ones we can reflect ourselves in, the ones who innovate, create, automate, and cooperate, the superstars, and let's just use the words we've used the last at least 2 decades, the unicorns. That's what we're going to talk about, but we're going to talk about it in the context of impact, of sustainability, and the world that we are facing right now, where the problems are not the technological drivers that we have seen being evolved the last decades. The problems are much more hands-on, the problems are much more in our face. And to help me answer some of these major questions on the superstars, we have 3 amazing people here. So welcome to you, Tove. Tove, you are, of course, heading of Norsken Foundation up in Stockholm. And I know that you have just closed your new VC, which is amazing, 100 million euro. And we're looking extremely forward to working together with you across Europe to find the right startups, the right SMEs to actually be the new superstars. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Julia, welcome to you also. So not only CEO of Title Impact, you were also actually heading of or being member of the steering committee at Kairos. And this is actually a fellowship, a community where you're looking for these superstars, where you're working with these future superstars. So I'm looking very, very much forward to see what you are thinking about this topic also. Welcome.
Thank you.
And of course, Mikkel, well, you're, at least in the Nordic region, very well known because you're, of course, part of the Danish Growth Fund and you're a senior VP of Fund of Funds. And you guys are a major player in matching what we from the private equity world are actually investing in these new impact startups and growth businesses. So I'm looking forward to see how you guys at the Danish Growth Fund are actually thinking about the impact world.
Thank you.
So starting up with you, Tove. The superstars of the impact world. Well, if we look at the technological sort of development we've had throughout the last couple of decades, we've seen Bill Gates, we've seen Michael Dell, we've seen David Helgason, we have seen Alexander Gassiport just taking some of the guys from our region here, and they've all been within IT and technology. And we could relate to them, and they have created these major, massive businesses, unicorns, tardicorns, whatever we have called them. They have not been purpose-driven businesses. They have been profit-driven businesses. I'm going to get killed from saying this. But their success have been measured by profit primarily. So what do you think, Tove, about the fact that we're now facing impact or sustainable startups? Should we measure these new superstars by profit also? Or how should we look at that issue?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. But from our perspective, we're always on the lookout for an impact unicorn. So not just a company valued at $1 billion as a traditional unicorn, but a company which is also looking to make a positive impact on 1 billion people. And we believe that the financial return will need to go hand in hand with impact to really reach impact at scale. And in order to become that global player, like the ones you were highlighting, the companies really need to raise a lot of capital and have the ability to become successful entrepreneurs by traditional means. So in order for these kind of purpose-driven businesses to really succeed and scale, they need to be able to crack both the financial side and the impact side, which I think Elon Musk, for example, is a perfect example of. And these are the entrepreneurs that we really hope will bring the really scalable solutions that can make kind of a dent in the world. Of course, you have on the other side, you have the kind of Greta Thunberg of this world, which perhaps she's not bringing the solution herself, but she's raising very well needed awareness around the problem, which is incredibly important on so many levels, but especially when it comes to really inspiring more impact entrepreneurs who can become future superstars, which ultimately means that we will have more problem solvers focused on the challenges facing all of us. But of course, in order to get there, we also need to be able to define success and define it both from an impact perspective and from financial returns. And the key question at any impact investing event you participate in, or the question that we receive all the time, is how do you measure the impact? And I think the entire industry is really trying to find one universal way. And then you could objectively say that, okay, this is an impact unicorn. But right now, it's not as easy currently as saying that it is a success story from the impact perspective. I think you can measure both, but we will need to get there, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
I think that is well summed up. You came around a lot of topics here, so let me just sort of pick one of the ones you just mentioned and actually go to you, Mikkel, because of course you have your criterias also on whether the Danish state should invest in these companies or not. And I know that your criteria is of course also profit driven, but how do you balance then when you look at the impact businesses coming in? Does profit precede impact, or where's the balance when you look at the companies actually going through your hands?
Well, thanks. Well, first of all, I think I can echo most, if not everything. Well, everything that Tove just said. I fully agree with the points being made there. In terms of Vækstfondens balance between profit and impact, I would say we're actually hoping that there won't be a balancing act. We believe that if we take a long-term view, we think that if you are not able to address the impact side, if you cannot sort of incorporate a responsible way of doing business and looking to bring about positive impact in the world, you may well be challenged on your profit side as well. So and generally when we invest and provide financing in Vækstfond, we like to take a long-term look. We like to be a long-term partner, but we also like the companies that we work with are generally speaking taking a long-term view, and we think that impact and profit will should go hand in hand. So I think in the short run, I think there's an increased, and rightly so, an increased focus on impact. How do we measure impact? How do we determine whether this company will bring about a meaningful impact? We should be talking about this a lot, but I'm hoping, and we are hoping, that in say 10 years time, it's fully integrated, and it's just the norm that if you are a responsible company, you will naturally have a fully integrated impact side to your business. So we don't have, like, to answer your question, we don't have like a firm sort of balance between impact and profit, saying that if you're strong on impact, you don't really need to make any profit. That's not how we go about our investing. We'd like to see that both areas are met.
So again, a balance needs to sort of be met.
Yeah, I mean, we are increasingly looking into the impact side. So yes, we will be investing more and more in areas where we believe that the companies or the initiatives have a positive impact, for sure. But we are not expecting to do this at the cost of long-term returns. We fully believe that it's a good place to be, and that will generate long-term returns. So it's not, we're not looking to see this as a trade-off.
Well, I think from all investors, I think we've got the same sort of idea here. But now we're talking about how we can actually tell whether we have these superstars arising on the impact scene. And Julia, of course, with title, that this is exactly what you guys do. You try to measure the success or at least the impact of these businesses. So why is it so important that we have data, that we have facts to hang this on, within the world of influencers, within the world of superstars in entertainment? We don't need facts. They're just superstars because they have some kind of skill. So tell me a bit about how you guys are thinking about the measurement part at Title.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So first of all, I think, I completely agree with what the other two have been saying. And I think first to emphasize on why impact measurement is important is because right now there are so many measurement frameworks out there. So I don't think we have cracked the nut nearly on how we can measure impact. There are over 150 frameworks out there. The SDGs and we have the Iris Plus and all these different frameworks. They're just some of all of these out there. And we first have to see how we can standardize all of this and how we can get to a place where we're not talking about so many different things. And I think when we, for example, look at just the SDGs, we say, okay, by 2030, we want to reach all of these goals. We want to eliminate extreme poverty for all people, right? Things like that. And if we really want to get there, we really have to act now. And that means not only doing something, but really looking at how we can keep each other accountable. And that's why the impact measurement part is important, because I think it's a way for us to see, okay, well, you're doing the right thing. We're able to keep each other accountable in that sense. And so for us, and I briefly want to touch on what Tove and Mikkel, if I pronounce the name right, have been saying about not seeing profit different from impact. It has to go hand in hand. I mean, if you just look at, for example, what the CEO of BlackRock from Larry Fink was saying, is that if you just, for example, look at sustainability, it is not only important that you do it, but it's going to be the smartest business decision that you're ever going to take. So if you don't have impact, it's actually going to be impacting your profitability in the long term. And I think that's the perspective we have to take. And that leads me to the point where, okay, impact measurement is, to say why impact measurement is so important. And we at Title Impact, we say we don't want to create another framework, because we already have all these frameworks out there. So we say, how can we already work with the existing frameworks? So obviously we look at the SDGs, we take the impact management project, which I think is quite standard across the industry right now. We look at certain metrics, certain KPIs, so to say. And for us, we have chosen different verticals that are interesting to us. I mean, every fund, every investor is going to choose their own areas, right? And that's also all totally fine for us. It's a mixture between clean infrastructure, clean energy. There is sustainable ag tech and food tech in there, and also redefined learning, or sort of like quality education if you look at the SDGs. And for each of these verticals, we look at specific indicators based on the various frameworks out there. And that's all we do. And we say, okay, we give them a certain weight, which is how we, in the end, calculate an entire score for them. And I think every fund does it a little bit different, but for us, that's the way to go, and to kind of be able to standardize as much as possible. So I think all I'm saying in the end is that we're not saying we have this proprietary framework that is going to be the perfect framework, because there is no perfect framework, and we are just combining the frameworks that are out there and using them for our own areas, if that makes sense.
I think you're touching on something very, very important here, because we are all seeking some kind of measurement methods, the framework to help us. We all like to put things in boxes right now, and data is good because data, so we can use that, and then we can justify all our decisions on the data part. But what you are talking about is accountability. And when we look into the world of impact and mixing it with profitability and with, capitalism or whatever you want to call it, I think the area of accountability is so important, and having not a framework, and thank you for actually breathing. We don't need more frameworks. We need something that is operational, we can actually rely on, that leads to accountability, is so important when we look at the persons that are going to guide us towards a brighter future. So Tove, you mentioned, for instance, Greta Thunberg. We have also talked a bit about Elon Musk. Well, looking at these kind of personalities, we are sort of we are in a sphere where normal people might not be, right? With their actions and how they have sort of sacrificed themselves for their cause. So if we're talking about accountability and impact superstars, are these the kinds of persons that we need on the scene of impact to actually look forward to and be inspired by?
I absolutely is the short answer. I think, and when you look at these entrepreneurs, I mean, an entrepreneur is a problem solver, right? And impact entrepreneurs, or you could almost say that all entrepreneurs are impact entrepreneurs for that reason. But when you talk about these impact entrepreneurs that we're highlighting, I even think they receive kind of an additional layer of superstar status, if you like, given that kind of through their daily work, they do something great for the entire world, contributing to us all and not just isolated problems. So kind of you can absolutely compare them to the traditional entrepreneurs, but the impact superstars should really be the next level superstars, in my opinion. But if you say, no, this is a very Swedish analog, but I hope it flies in Denmark and internationally as well. But if you look at, for example, following ABBA's success, all the music schools got fully subscribed. And then following on to Björn Borg's success, the tennis superstar, everyone started playing tennis. And then following from Spotify's success, everyone wanted to become tech entrepreneurs. And I think that's why it's so important with these impact role models, that these role models can really help drive change and help inspire the next generation in their career choices, and to realize that you can actually combine doing good with a career and making it doable. And back to the point with kind of Greta Thunberg and how she's influencing the next generation, not only when it comes to making a stance for something they believe in, but also in terms of kind of inspiring more people to become the future superstars and the future impact superstars. So I think it's absolutely well needed, and something we should all cherish and aim for, and really put the spotlight on these entrepreneurs and celebrate them.
So we need them. So we established that, and we've been living with superstars, all the time. So I concur with that. But let me ask you something, Mikkel, because I know in the Danish Growth Fund, now you've had a lot of money directed at green investments, at impact investments with the Green Future Fund and the Green Investment Fund. So congratulations on that. Congratulations to Denmark for being so focused on actually investing in impact. A lot of the investments within this area will be the long-term investments. It will be the academia-based investments. We know there will be a lot of research needed to crack some of the major issues in the world right now, not only the environmental issues, but also the social issues. So the businesses within this kind of line of impact, which are perhaps a very long-term investment, it will take perhaps a decade for us. We don't have a decade, but it will take a decade for us to find all the solutions. They are rarely led by superstar material founders. Sorry if I'm really kicking somebody's butt right now, but if you're a professor somewhere and you get the greatest idea in the world, you might not be eligible to be on a stage like Elon Musk's. So we're talking about archetypes here. We have the
Yes.
ones that are great, right? They will be on the stage, they will shine, they will be the guiding stars. And then we have a major pool of impact businesses where we might not have a CEO that's eligible to become a VIP. Will this be an issue, do you think?
Well, that's a very interesting point. I hope it won't be an issue, and I do agree that there will be some silent superstars, if you like. I think that some of the big nuts that will be cracked will be delivered and will be cracked by silent superstars. I mean, in the true sense of the word, they are superstars because they will bring about massive impact, but they might not be as outspoken, and you may not see them screaming about their successes like somebody, and screaming in the positive sense. So I do think, yes, you're absolutely right. Some of these more technical solutions that needs to be found will perhaps be found by somebody who's a little bit more silent. I don't see it as I hope it won't be a big issue, because I think there will be a combination of superstars. You've mentioned a few yourself, and Tove as well. And I think the combination of evangelists that may not even be driving business, Greta Thunberg, for example, has made a massive impact by setting an agenda, by creating fellowship, which is a big part of creating change. And then you'll have maybe the likes of Elon Musk, who perhaps are both very outspoken and sort of having a great business impact and impacting a lot of businesses and a lot of people. And yes, then you will have silent superstars. And I think there's room for everyone. So I'm not overly concerned. I think you will find superstars in all three categories. Some are both, of course. Some manage both.
So let's focus in on the word VIP or superstars. One of the questions I had, do we need them? I think we've answered that already. I think we do need role models, that's for sure. We need to have them accountable. But do they need to be persons? So Julia, when we talk about unicorns in the tech world primarily, we don't talk about the superstar in front of the unicorn that much. There's often one, like Bill Gates and stuff, but we talk about the business as a unicorn. So do you see the world of impact, invention and creation and innovation, and the world of impact businesses sufficient to actually have silent superstars behind them, but the businesses being the superstars, perhaps? Not focusing on people as much, but on what they accomplish, how they are comfortable, and the business itself?
Good question. There's actually a term in the impact world called zebras. I'm sure you've all heard of it. It's basically the unicorn in the impact world. And it was defined by these 4 female founders that were trying to raise, and they were just constantly facing these Silicon Valley investors. And then they just wrote this manifesto saying, okay, we're a zebra. We're both black and white. We're both profit and purpose driven. I think it will always be both. I mean, if I'm just thinking of, like you said, the tech companies, we have Elon Musk for Tesla, we have, Steve Jobs for Apple, and all these people, and I think they will emerge. And I also don't think that we can see it as so separate. I mean, eventually, as I mentioned, every successful company in the future needs to be purpose-driven to be able to survive, to even be profitable. So I think it's just a matter of, say, 10 years or 20 years where all of this needs to be there. So I don't think you can see this is the tech company and this is the kind of unicorn, and then you have the impact company, Zebra, and I think it will all be sort of, or I hope it will all be one. And I think technically you could see, like Tove was saying, Elon Musk as an impact superstar because of the impact that he is creating. Obviously, people are debating whether he is actually treating his workers right, and these kinds of things. But I think he can sort of be put in that category. I also think, even though it's not a business in that sense, but for example, I really like what Liesel Pritzker did. She inherited a lot of wealth from her family, and she set up one of the first 100% impact single family offices in the world. And I think she, in my mind, can be seen as an impact superstar representing the family office that she's created. And so I think, yeah, and another thing that came to my mind is that sometimes, I guess if you just look at this family office world, some people like to be more in the background, some people like to be more in the forefront. So I don't know if I can really answer that question perfectly, you know, saying that there is a difference between the person representing the company and the company itself, because in my opinion, it kind of goes hand in hand. Yeah, but I hope that made sense.
I think it makes perfectly sense. And what you're bringing into this debate is also that the superstars we are seeking might not be the businesses or the business leaders themselves. It can be people surrounding them, supporting them, sustaining them. Like you're talking about investors here. Thank you. We'd like to be the superstars. So continue that debate, can we? So I think that's a very interesting, because when we look at how complex this is not only businesses with a profit purpose, but also with a higher purpose. So this is something that needs to sort of surround everything. It needs to be circular in its own manner, and circularity within a business also relies on who actually supports the business. So I really like the idea of the fact that we are not only looking at business leaders being silent superstars or not, Mikkel, thank you for that term, but actually also the ones supporting them. That could be investors, it could be advisors, it could be so many people actually supporting these businesses. And that's, of course, also a major thing to debate. How can we, with the infrastructure that we are within, where at least three of us are into the money side of this, and Julia, you, of course, within the side of how can we measure this, how can we keep people responsible and accountable for what they do, how can we support the fact that we need these zebras, superstars? I like to call them tardigrades. That's the most sustainable mechanism in the world. So, you know, come on, let's find a term that we can agree on. But how can we support them in actually materializing? And Mikkel, I need to ask you, because you guys got the most money right now, at least in the Nordic scene. Is it only finding the right ones and then investing in them, or is there more to be done?
Well, I think there's more to be done, and maybe by stretching the superstar term a little bit, I actually think that the Nordics have a massive opportunity here, and I think by having a history of being relatively responsible compared to the rest of the world, by having like a high level of research and strong tech competencies and business acumen, I think we have an international credibility, and we've got some position of strength that falls well into addressing some of the world's bigger problems, likes of agriculture, food, energy, amongst other things. So I think an event like today, 50 amazing companies being gathered, setting that, like really taking a forefront on green transition and impact, is something that a role that the Nordics is an opportunity for the Nordics, and it fits well with our DNA, I believe. And I also think that that the Danish government, for instance, by setting very ambitious CO2 reduction targets, by allocating 25 billion Danish kroner to green transition, I think that sets a statement that pushes the agenda forward, and I think that is also part of some of the regulatory initiatives being considered, also part of pushing the agenda forward, and then I think it's very much about ecosystem building by creating a positive flywheel where you have anything from big corporates embracing the agenda, incubators, accelerators, communities within the startup scene that take impact seriously and work with purpose. I think, it's more than just the single investment. You need to take a holistic approach and bring about many players. That was a long answer, but my main point is, I do think there's more to it than just single investments. Absolutely.
So you're also talking about the transparency in the ecosystem, and I know a lot of us are debating this because it's very non-transparent right now, both on how to seek funding, how to seek advice, how to find people to co-create with, and then grow, of course, within your own business. Do you, Mikkel, see the Growth Fund here in Denmark being a driver in actually finding out how we can collect this infrastructure or make it a bit more transparent?
Hopefully, yes, and I can safely say that since the Danish government launched the Danish Green Future Fund, which is a term for the whole collaboration within this field, which consists of more than Vækstfonden. There has been a lot of interest from big corporates, from startups, from various parts of the ecosystem to try and collaborate more. So I do expect that we, over the coming months and years, will see a greater transparency and a more collaborative environment around building something and bringing about meaningful change and taking this opportunity, as I firmly believe it is. So yes, and I very much hope that Vækstfonden will be part of this and hopefully play a strong role in improving on those areas that you mentioned.
Right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you. So what you brushed on also is, of course, the verticals within Impact. You, Julia, also talked about the SDGs, ESG before. So, Julia, where will we see the superstars materialize? Which vertical is at the top of the mind right now? Is it going to be within tech? Is it going to be food? Is it going to be life underwater? Where do you see the most focus right now, and perhaps also the largest amount of rising stars? Is it within the megatrends? Are we related to the SDGs? Are we still talking ESG? Which vertical is the hottest right now, and where will the first real superstar perhaps materialize within the impact world? Lovely
Big
question,
question.
Right? Yes, no question. Sorry for that.
No problem at all. I think one thing that I want to say is that the SDGs, when they were conceived, were not designed to be looked at separately. So they're all interconnected. Like, you cannot just say, okay, well, I'm improving the environment without impacting any of the other SDGs. So I think that's really important to take into account. And you mentioned, well, there's ESG investing, there's SDG investing, there are other, frameworks coming along. And I would say I also cannot look at ESG and SDG as, separately, because ESG is an approach that's been around for almost a century. So the SDGs were only made public in 2015. And I think that for the SDGs, they help to streamline ESG-based investment decisions. And for example, the SDGs are just a better way of communicating the problems that we have. Whereas it's almost like it's an umbrella, or it's covering or synthesizing some of the ESG topics together, and it unifies the language for governments, for investors, for entrepreneurs, and just makes it easier to say, okay, I'm following this specific goal, whereas having these different ESG metrics put together. And so I think obviously the SDGs are very popular for that specific reason, because it's easy to understand for everyone. And when I say zero hunger, everyone gets it, right? Or life underwater. And I think if I were to pinpoint a specific area or a specific SDG, I would say obviously everybody is looking at climate change right now. That's also what mentioning the CEO of BlackRock again said. Climate change is not only the biggest challenge right now, but it's also the biggest opportunity, and it's a necessity for us to address it. But on the other hand, if I think of it, if you say I'm tackling climate change, there's no way that you're not going to affect education, right? You're going to improve education at the same time. You're going to improve gender equality and all these other things. So I think I definitely see a lot of companies working on tech solutions targeting climate change or trying to tackle climate change. You have a lot of health tech solutions, right? You have a lot of plastic waste solutions, and And for us at Title Impact, for example, we see gender equality as more of a horizontal. So we don't say we invest in a business that only tackles gender equality or gender equity, but it has to have that embedded in its business. So I think some things are more on a solution level, and some things are just, they need to be there. Or for example, we don't want to invest in businesses that are only led by men, right? I think it's, again, I would say it's hard to say just pick one out of all these different goals or areas, and rather would emphasize that they're all interconnected. And even if we say currently the spotlight is on climate change, the other areas are also going to be impacted and improved.
I think that I was actually getting around it all, being a bit more specific, because I think you're right. You can't pick an SDG, you can't pick ESG goals, because that will be sort of the internal impact of a business also. But what we have seen is, if we are to talk about superstars, and we've mentioned a few, we have quite a few others, at least up here in the Nordic region, where we would say, well, Too Good To Go, food waste, Mette, is that a superstar? Tove, going over to you, because with your Fund 1 at Norsken Foundation, you have had a humongous amount of startups, both in pre-seed and seed, but also now in later stage companies through your hands the last couple of years. The tendency right now on the focus, I won't say the flavor of the month, because this is way too serious to actually use that term, but let's be frank, we had plastic in the seas a year and a half ago. Now it's climate. We need to have a focus, because that is what people relate to also. What do you see, Tove, as the mega trend, just using a broader term instead of SDGs and ESGs, because you're right, Julia, that could be wrong. Do you have like a notion of, with the infrastructure and what you see on the scene right now, where within which vertical the new superstars might materialize?
Absolutely, and typically when you talk about mega trends, one of those mega trends is exactly what you guys have been talking about, like climate change and resource scarcity. Naturally, because I think most of us are aware of the threat that is looming in terms of the temperature increase on the planet, and all that will lead to, like, crop failure, widespread flooding, destroyed habitats, energy shortage. And ever since our fund was launched in 2017, we've screened more than 2,000 companies, and it gives you quite a good idea on kind of the deal flow. And it's not just from the Nordics. And consistently, about half of our deal flow is tackling climate in one way or another, whether it's food waste reduction, where we ourselves have made a fair amount of investment into, for example, MatSmart, Karma, which is similar to Too Good To Go, Y-Waste and Olio. But you also see quite a lot of general in food sector, reducing waste, but also more sustainable food production is something we see a lot within. Another vertical that we see a lot, of course, is electrification. We've invested ourselves in Northvolt, the green battery producer, Einride, which produces electric and self-driving logistics and trucks, and Heart Aerospace, which is developing electric aviation, and Nautical, which is another company tackling sustainable and circular battery economy. But batteries is not going to be the solution. What we see a lot within right now is also about decarbonization, but when it comes to also load balancing, more efficient grids, so demand response on the electric grid. That's becoming really technical here, but these are kind of solutions that we see and that are well needed in order to enable this electrification trend. Of course, hydrogen is always on one of the topics that is on the agenda, but hydrogen further out in time. So until we get there, electrification is definitely going to be a driver of being able to decarbonize. And naturally, because we see so much innovation and solutions occurring in fighting climate change, that's where we see the most deal flow, and speaking to other investors, that is pretty similar. So naturally, I think where the most innovation is occurring is also where we will see most unicorns. But I definitely agree with the points raised earlier, that you shouldn't stare yourself blind on the SDGs. We always say that we need our companies to at least tick one of the SDGs, but often they tick maybe 7, and you can't look at them in isolation. You really need to look at it more on a one level up. What is are these companies tackling problems for people or planet? Is it for the environment? Is it like Julia was highlighting, improving education can actually be one of the biggest drivers and one of the biggest points to tackle climate change. So they're not in isolation. So they definitely echo those points.
But I hear you also echo what Julia is saying, that the focus right now is very much on environment, and on that it is the climate change part. Then we can have energy, which I of course support, since I support alternative energies, being an investor at Seaborg Technologies here in Denmark, where we're looking at nuclear energy in a new and safe way. So I concur fully, that will be the new superstars, but also that it interlinks to the more not problematic, but perhaps long-term goals on social impact, and that education, of course, is part of that. And we actually have a question from the audience, and thank you, Andrea, for that. And I will let you, Mikkel, please answer that, because it's going back to how we can support the businesses and let them materialize as the zebras or the tardigrades that we want to have them materialize. So what Andrea is asking is, with the focus being on profit and acquired customers, very often being the target for investments, both soft funding and hard funding that we represent here, it seems to get harder and harder to get the funding in the companies that we just debated earlier that has a very long runway, a long horizon. And I know, Mikkel, you are looking at these long horizon investments, but still trying to balance the fact that you need to have a profit made. So the question is probably, will you take a higher risk with impact businesses and then invest in the fact that this is an investment in the future?
Very good question. First of all, I fully agree that many of these, just to clarify one point earlier, Mette, you mentioned that we will be investing a lot in very early and maybe technological driven companies that will have a long time horizon, which is absolutely true. We will also be looking to finance more existing solution that can be rolled out and scaled. But going back to the question of risk and patience, I absolutely agree that many of these impacts investment will potentially have a longer time horizon and will require a higher degree of patience. And they may also be, some of them will also be capex heavy. Some of them will require, let's say, battery storage, or others that will require sort of intensive capital, even before you may have a fully so maybe before you can have real customers, maybe before you can make sure that this can turn into a profitable business, and that will entail, of course, extra risk. We will, and we are fully aware of that, and we foresee investing in several of these companies that where you need to take higher risk, you need to have a longer time horizon. But we're also dependent, of course, that we invest alongside others. So we're really trying to encourage others in the industry to take a similar approach. And our belief is that we will see more and more investors being willing to take those long risks. And that also goes for business angels. Obviously, some of business angels may not have the same deep pockets, but we do see an increased appetite amongst business angels as well, in investing in general, but also taking some of these long-term bets. So I'm hopeful that the ecosystem and the investors in the investor community as such will take these long-term bets, because we do need to have more patience, and we do need to be willing to take more risk. I don't know if that's enough for an answer, but I agree in sort of the fundamental concern or desire behind the question.
Well, in essence, you being senior VP, of fund of funds, the way we have invested in funds always have been with a long horizon, right? That being, real estate funds or anything else. So it's not a new thinking. This is just that we, have, I think as investors, we've sort of been used to the fact that we need to have a short horizon. We need to have an exit plan. We're not doing evergreens anymore. Have you noticed the fact that 99% of the pitches coming in has an exit plan within 5 years? So where are the evergreen companies? Where are the good, sturdy companies that will make a profit, every year, have a return every year, but will make good every year? I think we need to think more about the evergreens in the world of impact. But, Mikkel, fund of funds, funds have been like this always. We know it has a long horizon. We know it has a risk. But we will put our money in it, and then we'll go back and drink coffee until we get our return. So is that what we need to have in our heads when we're talking some of the impact businesses?
Well, I mean, my answer was also meant as, but I agree with what you're saying, and my answer was also meant to be addressing direct investments, and we are in Vækstfonden, looking at equity and debt sort of across stages and across financial instruments. Also when addressing the impact and green transition agenda, because we think it's important that we can work across stages and across financial instruments, and that we can provide patient capital. So yes, I think we need in certain types of investments to sit back and have a coffee. Except I do think that in many of these investments, it's also very much about a partnership where you would probably also want some active investors and active partners. So it's not only about the coffee. I also think hopefully you can provide some meaningful feedback and network to each other.
Even though it's in for the long run, so we need to be in the boards for quite a few years instead of just 3 and then make an exit. But I like the fact that de-risking, at least mentally, some of these investments, I think will help the environment and the infrastructure a lot on the investment plan. So Andrea, I hope you had your question at least sort of answered. We don't have the yes or no answers today, but going over to you, Julia, because we have an answer or a question, from the audience, from Xavier at Frankfurt, and thank you for that, Xavier. And it's being a bit more focused on the impact measurement part and the accountability part. Can you give an example of a business that you have worked with, for instance, where you could measure something more concrete? We are all a bit intangible when we go beyond the CO2 calculator, right? So any good examples from your world where you can actually say this kind of business within this vertical, we have helped in this manner, manifested into this, and thus they're actually becoming a superstar?
Thank you, Xavier. Xavier, this is so high. Thanks that you're dialing in. So we've worked with we really started our practice beginning of the year. So we've diligenced a couple of great companies, and we also look for those companies that have that again create a lot of synergies in other areas. So I would say, let me take as an example one. Okay, I'm going to say when we look at the area of sustainable fashion, for example, a lot of the questions are, okay, how sustainable are the materials that they are using? Really, are they really like plastic free, for example, and things like that? And one of the companies that we've recently looked at has developed a material that is 100% plastic free in all the materials that they're sourcing and using, and compared to a lot of the other fashion or sustainable fashion companies that say that they're sustainable but still are not looking at the whole kind of life cycle of the products or resources they're using. And so that is something that a company that we found very interesting, and also that we also can help with our resources and connecting to other businesses in that area, and that we've looked at in terms of the measurement aspect. So, for example, one horizontal that we also have in our measurement framework is sustainable production and consumption, and so that would be an area that they're tackling. They're also a team of a pretty diverse team. So in terms of the other horizontal, looking at gender equality and gender rights, that is something that they also kind of tick in that sense. And it obviously falls under the general area of climate and reducing CO2 in general. So we kind of look at companies that also tick more of the boxes of all of the areas that we mentioned. And then there are also other companies that are more focused on one specific area. Like one we have looked at is specifically more in the education area, in the future of work area, which also falls a little bit under education for us. And they really look at how can we educate people within existing corporations, how can we streamline the upskilling and reskilling of these people. And they're a company fully led by women almost. And so that's something that we also found very interesting, in the sense that they create this impact in the education or also reskilling space, and also have that difference within their own, or the component of gender equality within their team. I hope that touched the question. Maybe Xavier can add a couple of thoughts if that didn't answer it completely.
Well, I have a notion that you and Xavier might have a little debate at some time, but I think the area is so important, because we need those metrics. Because when we do due diligence, at least from the financial side, we have very little to hold on right now. And for us to be able to choose the right companies, the ones that are going to be the tardigrades or the zebras, we need the metrics to hook into our due diligence. And right now, everybody's inventing the wheels, right? So really looking forward to not a framework, but what you guys are doing also at Title. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we are about to.
Sorry, I was just saying it's definitely important to do both the financial due diligence and impact due diligence very well. So as mentioned by everyone, I think both really need to be put on the same level. But again, with the lookout for or being aware of making of creating patient capital. So looking in the long term and not looking for that, say, exit in a couple of years down the road.
And hopefully that patient capital is coming not only from the public funding streams, but also from the private funding streams. So let's wait and see in the coming years. And hopefully, Andrea, for your question, we will see a bit more cash flow also to the companies that don't have that customer acquisition part in place yet. So we need to start wrapping up, but I'd like to ask each of you a very direct question within what you are looking at right now in either your portfolio or your lead generation or your customer. Could you pick just one business that you would like to sort of tell about very briefly, where you see this is actually a business where we have a founder team, or it has a supporting team, or it has an investor team, where we can see this would be perhaps the next rising star? I know it's a difficult one, and you don't have to mention the name. It could be within the area, but I know that you have some that will be the ones that you already have invested in. You mentioned a few before. Is there anyone you want to sort of emphasize that this is where we're looking at right now?
Well, if I'm going to choose from our portfolio companies, then it's kind of like choosing which one of your children is your favorite, right? But we do have, I think at least 2 companies in our portfolio that I think have very good potential of becoming impact unicorns. And the characteristics rather of those founders is really strong entrepreneurs that have the ability to really recruit top talent. And I think that's really critical in order for you to become a successful leader and entrepreneur, but also ability to gather kind of the policy makers and lobbying where it's needed. So if you take examples, if you're trying to really disrupt and change an industry, and that can be an industry like logistics or shipping or construction work where it's typically quite slow moving. What's really needed for these entrepreneurs is also to be able to navigate the political landscape within that industry. And ultimately, I think we've seen quite a few solid entrepreneurs that have understood this and that really can navigate the landscape, and which I think they're really well situated in order to become the next both financial unicorn and the impact unicorn. But areas that I'm really hoping to see a lot of change is, for example, I mentioned shipping. Also the building and construction industry, where there's a lot of emissions, and I think it's essentially reducing emissions where possible and not just offsetting them or putting a plaster on the wound, but actually getting down to the source. Conservation agriculture, so regenerative farming and enhancing of soil is also an area which I think is incredibly important right now, and where I'm hoping to see something in the near future.
Well, that was a broad spectrum of businesses and verticals again, and I think we need to be broad spectred when viewing this. But how about you, Mikkel? I know that few investments of a very larger scale that you guys have done at the Danish Growth Fund within the green area at least have been within farming and optimization on crops, for instance. So is that where you guys are focusing right now, or that something bubbling that we need to know about?
Well, I
Tell us
think.
secrets.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of stuff is bubbling at the moment. We're actually very encouraged by the entrepreneur scene at the moment, and the solutions that are seemingly underway. Yeah, a lot of stuff is bubbling. I think I could echo Tove's comments here about it's difficult to pick one, and it is also and I do think it's across various sectors. But yes, agri and food is an area at the moment that I think we're seeing a lot, and I think Denmark is well positioned to and the Nordics for that matter are well positioned to take a lead on that agenda. So we see a lot within that field and a lot of exciting new companies. Just to stay in that, I think, indoor farming, vertical farming, I think that's an interesting area as well, because it touches upon a lot of stuff. It's much less use of resources. It's a higher degree of nutrition. You can hopefully that's part of solving the need for food for the whole world in an increasing population, whilst using less resources. So in combination with more traditional farming and all this sort of the modernizations and the better use of soil and more respectful use of or less use of chemicals, etc. In combination with that, I believe vertical farming is a very interesting area, and I think we'll see more of that. And I mean, one of the investments we've made is also within that field. So that's an area we look to. We're very excited about following and being a part of in the coming years.
Respectful use of soil. That was beautifully put.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, being an investor in vertical farming myself, of course, I concur fully what we are saying here. But that's so interesting, because now we're talking about crops, we're talking about the earth itself, right?
Yes.
So Julia, besides from title, of course, being the new rising star, do you see anything in the materialize right now on the business scene where you can see this is the vertical, or this is the exact business that I think will be the next zebra?
On a personal level, I've come across a couple of very interesting ones in the plastic space. So there's one company that has developed an enzyme that breaks down plastic, because they say, well, plastic is going to be around for the next couple of decades still, and we need to find a way to actually turn it into another type of material, instead of saying we're just going to eradicate plastic from everything, because that's very utopian at this point. And I think it's very interesting to see how they're able to develop such material and showcase success results, and also speeding up the process of actually breaking down the material, because there are a lot of based on some research I've done, a lot of these solutions out there, but they take a long time to materialize. So I think that's the really, really interesting space that I've seen, that I think has a lot of potential, and where Mikkel has mentioned a couple of companies, right, that need a lot of that are very capital intensive, or that need a lot of investment before. And I think those are the kind of research intensive companies like these before that need to do lots of lab research before they actually can come up with a product. So I think that's really something that we should look at more in the future. Obviously, vertical farming and anything in that direction is very relevant right now. As Mikkel also mentioned, touched upon the agriculture space. Yeah, I mean there are so many out there. But,
so many possibilities, right? For my own behalf, I do believe that to look more into social impact. We need to look at the parts of the world that do not have the strengths and powers that we have in the Western part of the world or the developed part of the world. And I think we're forgetting the social impact businesses a bit right now. But I'm afraid the time has run up. I think we established the fact that superstars, unicorns, zebras, black swans, tardigrades, different archetypes, we do need them. We do need them out there because those are the ones that we look for to invest in, of course. We need the profit too, but also the ones that will inspire others to follow. So thank you all very much for a very interesting debate. It's been a pleasure hearing your insight in this pretty complex and pretty difficult area. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Bye, guys.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, that was the first session here, streaming from studio in Copenhagen. And we had a moderator, Mette Fløe, angel investor from Copenhagen, talking about who are the impact superstars, with Tove Rodelius from Sweden, and Mikkel Hesselgren from Denmark, and Julia Schuh from Untitled Impact. So let's go further on today with the program. So we'll now have a break, because there will be matchmaking sessions for 3 hours. So we match 50 Nordic impact companies with about 200 investors the next 3 hours. But we get back to you from 2 p.m. until 6:20 p.m. with a lot of different things concerning the impact ecosystem in the Nordics and internationally. And we will talk about what have to break down to break through of new solutions. We talk about life science and the opportunities for that to transform into sustainable future. We'll also talk about how you actually do due diligence on founders and investors in impact companies. And in the end, we'll also wrap up and look ahead a little bit on impact management and impact measurement. But I'd like you to be back here at 2, because that will be the launch of our newest report, Impact Report Nordic Investors. And we have a great panel to address that at 2 p.m. for an hour. So have a break, and we'll see you at 2 p.m. again. and thanks for joining again Nordic Impact Business Summit here from a studio in central Copenhagen, and this afternoon with a lot of different things from the Nordic and international impact ecosystem. We will start out actually with a celebration today because we have actually a launch today of our second edition of Impact Report Nordic Investors, which is a survey and market analysis of impact investing throughout the Nordics and the Baltics. So I'll tell a little bit about that, and then further on we have another program with a lot of interesting things, so keep on joining us all the afternoon. So I start with this quote from Marcus at the Green Tech VC, SEB, one of the main banks in the Nordics. Because I think this is actually something we can see from many investors in the Nordics focusing on impact investment, that you have to keep on working and hang in to those solutions. But look a little bit on that report and analysis we did. I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's up and down here in the Nordics on impact investing. So we did a survey. We had 128 investors that participated from the Nordics and also some of the Baltic states. And what we see this year compared to last year is actually we have had more institutional investors, which means venture capital funds and also governmental funds supporting early stage investments, compared to last year where we had a lot of more individual investors like family offices and business angels. And what we see actually, when those investors classify themselves being impact first or financial first or a mix, we can actually see that whether they classify them as have focus on financial return or have focus on impact, actually they're all into impact. So we're not sure anymore after this market analysis that talking about impact first or financial first is actually a way to classify investors, at least not in the Nordics from our survey. We can also see that institutional investors, they have more focus on impact investments than individual investors. And you can see that in the graph that they actually provide more of their capital into impact only. And when you look at the asset classes that are mostly invested in impact, it's private debt, it's private equity and direct investments. And we can see here that almost half of them actually put their private equity investments into impact, at least of the respondents we had for this survey. We can also see that scaling is a key consideration as a driver for investing in impact, compared to, for instance, looking into the problems themselves for scientific data. And we think this might be a little bit about that early stage investors in the Nordics and probably elsewhere are former entrepreneurs themselves. So they have experience on actually how to grow a company, and then scaling and growth and such have a bigger matter maybe than the problem itself. So they might be a little bit biased on that. Scaling is also something about technology. So we can see from our report that many of the investors actually are keen on technological solutions, are actually driving impact. And almost 50% of them have all of their portfolio into technology. Another thing we can see, and it's probably what we've seen all of us the last year, is that climate matter a lot. So if we look and ask the investors on SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, number 13, climate action, is actually on the top this year. Very different from last year, where actually it was about energy, health, education, and smart cities and innovation. Climate has climbed a lot. And we can also see when we ask investors if they are more into social or into environmental. And you can see it yourself from the graph that actually more of the investors are actually focused on environmental causes this year report. And using the IRIS Plus, which is a global set of themes for different industries, we can also see that climate is actually what investors most focus on. But agri-food, energy and health is also areas that the investors take on when trying to solve problems in the world. Nordic investors, they focus very much on deal flow and growth in their own markets, in their local country, within the Nordics or other developed countries. So that's actually where they focus as a criteria for what they choose of investments. But if you look at emerging markets, actually impact is more of a cause than growth and such. And that's probably because those investors that are focused in emerging markets might have taken a more strategic way towards impact investing than the ones focusing on our developed markets here in the Nordics. Another thing we saw is also that still a lot of investors have not a formal strategy or policy for how they invest in impact. And I guess that's where we are. We are maybe not much mature yet when it comes to early stage investing in impact. So I think that by time investors might work more on how they actually strategically look into those solutions and try to differentiate them. Still, we can see that a lot of investors are keen on impact investments, and we'll see that grow by time. Personal motivation is also a key driver for impact. We saw throughout this survey that it's a way to align your values with your investments. It's also good return opportunities that is criteria. And it's also obviously to take part in that climate emergency that we have around the world, both in our local communities and throughout the world. So the personal motivation is very much a key driver from investors in the Nordics in impact investing. We also saw that you have to be more committed as an impact investor. It takes more time. You have to engage more the process of due diligence and advisory for yourself and the companies you invest in the Nordics as an impact investor are more heavily work, and you have to provide more of your own time or other person's abilities and resources to invest in those companies. So please download. We just launched a report online. You can go to our website and you find it there, the Impact Report Nordic Investors 2020. So we have invited today a good number of guests that actually will debate the report right now. So I'll hand it over to Kai Hockerts. He's a professor in social entrepreneurship at the Copenhagen Business School here in Copenhagen, and he will moderate a debate now the next hour on this report and impact investing in general. So Kai, welcome here and take the role.
Thank you very much, Richard. That is a really interesting report that we had the opportunity of reading in the last days here. So for the benefit of the audience, we're going to pick on a couple of findings from the report, highlight them, and then talk to our panelists here to see how they evaluate those kind of findings in the light of their own experience and background. So let me welcome the panel. We have Stine Olsen, who's the head of investor activities at Danske Bank, and she's working with a really interesting project at Danske Bank called Plus Impact. For those of you who haven't heard of it, it's a platform where you have, I think, about 1,000 impact enterprises that present themselves and about 400 impact investors. Next, we have Juan Alvarez, who is a member of the European Business Angels Network, and we'll talk about that particular angle. We have Birgitte Frost Mattisen, who is working at the Danish Den Sociale Kapitalfond. She's managing partner and director there. And we have Dean Hand, the research director at the Global Impact Investing Network. Before I jump in with some questions, I just wanted to kind of like highlight a question of language here, being the academic, because I'm always wondering about the question, how do we deal with this terminology of impact investing? And if you read the literature about it, you see a couple of different trends of how impact investing is conceptualized. There is the idealist impact investor, and often in impact investing we talk about concessionary investing here. This could be foundations who step in and who say, we know that we have to provide funding to important topics at below market rates because that is what is required, and that is our role as idealist investors. On the other hand, we have something that my colleagues in finance would call the arbitrage impact investors. And those are the ones who say, I know something, right? I have an ability to predict where the market will go ahead of time. And because of that, I will outperform the market, right? So if I'm able to identify Tesla years before the other investors do that, I'm actually able to outperform the market. And ultimately, that benefit will go away once all the other investors see also the trend that's happening with climate, with other things. But that is a very different angle, the arbitrage and the idealist investors. And finally, we have what I would call the realist investor, who simply says, I'm investing in normal markets, but I try to make every of my investments consider the impact that I have and ask myself as an investor, what is my responsibility and my role, perhaps through shareholder engagement, by having an active dialogue with the companies that I invest in to drive on impact. So we have 3 different ways. And I just wanted to mention this. Keep that in mind. There is no right or wrong definition of impact investing, but there's different people who use these terms with different purposes. With that in mind, Stina, I'd like to jump in and talk to you first here. In the report, for those of you who want to write this down, it's page 4041 once you have downloaded it. Richard is referring to a study you guys have done, the Nordic Impact Startups survey, which is, I think, the 3rd time you have done it, and you identify a couple of myths, and then Richard analyzes his own data to reflect upon how that is comparing, his data is comparing to the data that actually is available in your study. Now, there's 2 interesting things that I found here. Both are what you call myths, right? So you have a number of myths that you have identified. The first myth that Richard refers to is that there is a trade-off between purpose and profit, right? So the myth supposedly says there's a trade-off, and you, tell us what you find. Is that really true, that there is a trade-off between the two?
No, that's what our study finds, and I'm actually glad that you picked out that myth. It's myth number 4 out of 10, as we identified as a myth sticking to the impact ecosystem, and is actually holding back progress. So we tested these myths on more than 1,000 impact startup across the Nordic, and actually found that it's the myth is busted, it's false, because actually 98% of the Nordic impact startups, they're working with impact to enhance profitability and to improve the bottom line. So we're very happy to actually being able to bust that myth. And also, when you look at the numbers from the investor report, that 80% of the investors from the survey, they actually think that impact investments delivers good return, or expect to deliver good return, and actually 60% of them, they expect their impact portfolio to perform in line or above market expectations. So that's really good. That's good news for all of us, I would say. If you want me to pick down on another myth, I don't know if I have the time, Kai, or we should.
Yes, please go ahead. Exactly. There was myth number 2, which I found interesting, about the focus of the impact. Yeah.
Yeah, because actually one of the other myths that we also work with was that the Nordic startups are solving the most pressing global challenges. And we actually found that this is false, because Nordic impact startup, they tend to work on local problems in high income markets. Yeah, and also we see that the Nordic impact startup, they work mainly with SDG 3, the good health and well-being. They work with the responsible consumption and production, and also affordable energy. And if we hold that together with the data from the investor report, we see that that now, as Richard also mentioned in the intro, that the investors are focusing on climate action, on SDG 13. So you can say there is a mismatch here of what the startups are working with and what the investors are focusing at.
But that's an interesting question as well. Where should the focus lie, right? I mean, we are in both reports look at the Nordics, look at Scandinavia, and of course you could say that it is appropriate that startups in this region are solving the problems that are local, that are here. But at the same time, we do have large global problems, climate obviously being one that is not surprising. But if you look at poverty, right, I mean, that also is an area where you need global action, right? And it's an interesting trend to see where money on the SDGs will go in the future. We all have seen the reports by the United Nations that demonstrate the trillions of dollars of investment that are needed to achieve the SDGs. And I think it'd be important to figure out how investors can actually focus on that global footprint that they're having there. Let me perhaps move on. I just wanted to move on to a little bit a broader focus. Johan, you're working with the European Business Angels Network, so perhaps you can talk a little bit about your experience here from the Nordic. I know you have a lot of data from the Nordic in your own work and from Europe. Talking of reports and surveys, we have many of those. Johan, you actually did one of the European Business Angel Network. So you asked business angels about their positions, about their interests. And I would like to hear from you, both in terms of comparing the Nordic perspective with the European perspective, but also specifically talking about the business angels, what you find there. Is that in line with what Richard is finding, or do you see differences there?
Hi everyone. So thank you very much to be inviting us just to talk a little bit about this report. We've launched this first edition several weeks ago, and that's fantastic because we can just compare some of the main insights that you find in this Nordic report and also this IBAN impact report. And I would say that mainly both reports are quite aligned in many of the topics. Of course, the Nordic report has some more experience because it's on a second edition. And from IBAN, the European Business Angel Network Impact Committee, we've launched this first edition. But I would say that mainly I saw we can identify mainly three differences that are quite interesting. But and we can come back later about the differences. But for example, when we are just asking in this survey to the investors that mainly are individuals, because of course we're talking about business angels, and we were asking them in which sectors or industries they were focusing their impact investing. And mainly in the ranking, we have the first position, we have education, and the second one we have health, and then sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and then microfinance. And if we just take a look about the Nordic report for this current edition, in the first position is climate, and the second one is agri-food, energy, and then health. So there are some changes on the objectives of the impact investing of the different sectors. But if we analyze the report of 2019 of the Nordic, in the first position there was the energy. So there are some changes. So probably it's a question of evolution of the different investors that they would be interested in different industries and sectors. Then the other difference that we could identify, but it's not a huge difference, but it's mainly the weight of the impact investment in their portfolios. In the Nordic is for about, we have a 40% of the investors have 100% of the portfolio in impact investing. And for example, in our survey of the IBAN, we found that we have on the total percentage of the net worth of investing in impact investing is they're investing at a maximum of 30%, of this investment. So they're slightly quite different. So that would be the two main differences, and of course that we've identified in a first analysis of these differences between the IBAN impact report, annual report, and the Nordic report.
You're muted, Kai, or we can't hear you.
Sorry. So if we're looking at the element of the idealist investor, right, and the willingness to give up a little bit of their return, is that something that you find among business angels to be a little bit more prevalent, or is it the same thing that they say we expect to get market rates or higher?
Yeah, in this analysis, we see that they are quite aware that they cannot expect from the impact investing a higher return. But of course, they are very conscious about this percentage of the return that we are expecting from this investment. So basically, we have a 46%, for example, of analyzing this equation between the risk and also the impact investing return. And basically, we have a 46% that is a risk-adjusted returns, and the social and environmental impact equally. So they have a kind of balance. And really, we have a 13% that mostly the social or environmental impact investing, but also risk adjusted. That means that we have only a 13% that totally are focusing on this investment without expecting a higher return from other opportunities, investment opportunities. That's something that is quite different, I think, also with the Nordic report. It's a question of, I suppose, of maturity.
Thank you, Johan. Birgitte, that might be a good moment to hand over to you. You are working at the Sociale Kapital Fund, and I think your organization is a very good example of both idealistic impact investing and the more market-oriented approach. So traditionally, you have received your funds from a foundation, the Trygfonden, and you have supported social enterprises where, if I understand it correctly, the focus has not been by actually virtue of that you investors say, like, we don't want you to make a return on that. We do want you to spend the money with an impact. And you have more recently started a Sociale Capital Fund where you actually expect to achieve those kind of market rates. Perhaps if I could ask you to speak about that development that your organization has gone through, can you share something about us? What that means for your organization and where you see yourself developing in the future?
Yes, you're right. We have been in this impact investing market for 10 years, and we started out being a philanthropic impact investor, and we learned a lot the first years about being that kind of investor. And we also saw that the market we entered 10 years ago was very new, very immature, very unprofessional in a lot of ways. But along the way, we started to see that the market, the social impact investing market, was changing and is changing still rapidly, and was becoming ready to actually transform investments from being philanthropic into commercial investments. And that is why we rose the first impact investing fund a couple of years ago, and is expecting to raise the second one very shortly, and will continue that journey. And if I may say so, I think being in this impact investing game for a little bit more than 10 years has probably made us some kind of experts in this impact investing field. And I think there will soon be a lot more experts, because I think this field is actually exploding in a very good way these days. And we enjoy very much this journey we are on right now. And we enjoy seeing that more and more people are following this agenda and being part of the ecosystem.
Let me ask you about some specific experiences here, because you're very close to you are an investor, you're very close to your investees, you take board seats. One of the findings in Richard's report reads very positively, where he says that the COVID crisis can be an opportunity for impact investors. What is your experience? How has this affected the investees that you have? Is it the same as every other small and medium-sized company? Is it more difficult for impact on enterprises? Or as we hear in the report, is there actually really an opportunity here?
I think the answer must be both yes and no. I think we have not seen a positive effect due to COVID-19 related to if the impact investing market is growing. And this fine report actually shows that I think it was only 13% that has been investing in health issues. But due to the high sense of urgency and due to that this is actually something that we can all relate to, I will suspect or expect the numbers to be very different next year when Richard does this analysis again. But we haven't seen it so far, but I think we will see it in the future. But again, if I must say, I don't think that it is only the COVID pandemic that will push this ecosystem and mature the impact investing market. I think actually there are at least 3 other global trends that will push this agenda, and also a local Nordic trend. And the 3 global tendencies are that we have seen that if the social inequality in a society gets too big, something will happen. We saw it in France, where the yellow vest went walking on the street. We have seen Black Lives Matters that turned our attention to the global inequality the global inequality. And of course, there's the Me Too, who got us to focus on social barriers, lack of diversity, and so forth. And these 3 global megatrends, I think, will make the impact investing area larger. And then the Nordic tendency I will mention here is, like I said before, that the market for the social startups are just getting so professional this year. And I think we will manage to make some very good, I don't know if we should call them unicorns or zebras or what we should call them, as Mette mentioned this morning. But I think we will have some very good examples of how can you invest in both high scalable impact and high scalable return on investments as an investor. So I think the agenda will broaden, the ecosystem will expand widely for the next months and years.
Thank you very much. Dean, let me turn towards you. I've kept you until the end because you're speaking for the Global Impact Investing Network, which is, I think, the oldest, I don't know, I just claim this now, I might be wrong there, but I think one of the oldest impact investing organizations out there, your global network. So you can actually give us a view from the outside and tell us whether the kind of debate that we've had here looking at the Nordics, looking at Europe, is reflected in the rest of the world, or whether you see different trends here and what that means for us.
Thank you, Kai, and congratulations to Richard on the research report. The Global Impact Investing Network, as you quite correctly say, has been around for some time, certainly well over a decade, and we've been researching at a global level for over 10 years investor trends and activities. We also obviously develop tools and processes to help impact investors make better decisions in terms of where to allocate their capital, how to manage their investments over a period of time, and ultimately, and particularly as it relates to startups, when to exit, based on good data and good information that helps you understand the timing of those things relative to the impact. I think what I'd love seeing research that comes out of particular geographies, because it helps to make comparisons as to what we're seeing on a global level versus what we see more locally, and to see where there are differences as well as where there are things that are the same. And so maybe I can comment on something that is similar and something that is also a difference that maybe presents a challenge for the Nordic region that might be worth taking forward in particular. So the one thing that I thought was very interesting from a similarity point of view is that the Nordic report talks about 83% of investors expect their portfolio to deliver on their market rates of return. And it's interesting that the other panelists have also commented on this in one way or another. The Global Impact Investing Survey, which really looks at about nearly 300 different organizations representing about $414 billion of impact assets under management, talks about that 67% of them aim for their characteristic that they're looking for is market rate returns. The balance, the other third, for example, may purposely seek concessionary returns. But what is interesting is that about 88% of them are meeting their financial expectations, and about 99% of them are meeting their impact goals. Those are very high trends, and what we see over a decade of doing this is that there's a high degree of longitudinally of consistency with that observation. What is one of the differences that we did notice in the Nordic report relative to global trends is that in the Nordics, about 70% of the respondents to the Nordic survey indicated that they're not measuring or reporting on their impact. And that is an area to a certain extent of some concern. One of the tenets, you talked about definitions in the beginning, of impact investing, and what really distinguishes it from other analogous types of definitionally of responsible investing, ESG investing, sustainable investing, whatever terminology you want to give it. But what distinguishes impact investing from any other investment that may be concerned about impact is this ability to actually measure impact performance results, being able to know exactly what the result is that you're actually achieving, not only from a financial perspective, but also from an impact point of view. This becomes absolutely crucial to making more informed decisions throughout the investment cycle. So, for example, where best do I allocate my capital to? I want to achieve some level of impact. I need to know that to put it there versus there will allow me to achieve those results. The timing of exits, for example, and being able to manage in early stage and startup investments, there are the need to actually sit on boards and manage your investment through the investment, the tenure of the investment. Knowing those impact results is absolutely crucial. So from a global perspective, about 67% of investors are particularly concerned about impact washing. And to the extent that you're not measuring, contributes to impact washing. So things like Iris Plus, for example, which is a tool a system to be able to actually measure your impact results and know things, are absolutely crucial. So more than just mapping against, say, SDGs or, say, the ABCs of impact management project, is being able to actually say, what are my results that I actually achieve over a period of time? And if I draw that back to COVID, for example, where we also looked in the same way the Nordic research looked at it, is what are investors actually doing? Knowing these results becomes absolutely crucial, particularly at this time. So in the COVID context, what we found was, not only through our investor survey, but also some subsequent research that we actually did, is that while it's to be expected that many investors will see a level of underperformance, I think that's nothing, there's nothing surprising in that. What we did find interesting and quite inspiring, in fact, was that 18% of investors actually expect to outperform their portfolios. In other words, at this time, there is now is the time for impact investors to really step up. But there are a couple of critical things that they really want to take into account when investing at this particular point. One is that impact is at the absolute center of every investment decision. The second one is that sometimes we have to rethink due diligence processes at this time. It's harder to get on the ground. It's harder to go and meet in person. And so investors are thinking about very creative ways in which to actually engage with their investors in a different kind of context at this point. The third point is that actually what's quite crucial here is a set of skills amongst investors that we don't often talk about. So often this kind of skills that we expect investors to have are the hard analytical skills that would add or make good decisions. But actually what's needed right now is a lot of empathy, which is a softer side of investing, but to be able to actually relate very much and understand at a very in-depth level what's going on the ground is crucial to making the right investment decisions. And the final thing is that, I mean, one of the things this pandemic has brutally exposed, and Brigitte pointed this out in terms of the kind of movements that are afoot at the moment, is that the absolute the divisions that exist in society, the fact that actually people get left behind. It's not, we don't have an inclusive world as much as we would like to think we do. We do not. And so investors really need to actually think about how they're including and being much more inclusive in their investment decisions, and how that stakeholder voice actually comes through to be incorporative. So hopefully I've given you a little bit of an overview. I think there's some huge challenges for impact investors worldwide, particularly at this time. And again, I think it's such rich research that you've developed for this local market, and I think it's very welcome.
Thank you very much, Dean. A question I would like to now put towards the panel in generally is a meta question about research. So all of you are doing research. Richard has presented a report, but all of you are engaged in understanding your own activities, the activities of your members. I would like to ask the question now where, and this is a little bit of also interesting for the academic world, because I'm not just representing myself here. I've just yesterday been on a phone call with a colleague from Jesade, Lisa Heenberger, that many of you know, Stefan Schaltegger from Germany, Vanina Faber, who is at IMD in Lausanne. And we're writing now an editorial for a special issue on impact investing. And one of the questions we will try to address in that editorial is, where should we academics focus our research in the future? Like what would be interesting things to research that you would like us to work on, that you would like to see quality research happening on, or to collaborate on, of course, as well. But what are the questions that need to be answered for you to do your jobs better? And perhaps also like, oh my God, stop doing that kind of stuff, right? If you think of, there are a lot of research reports out there where you might say, well, we don't need more of those, right? So what would be the really key research questions you would like to see activities in? I'll just let's see who would like to go first here. Is there somebody? Looks like you are, Birgitte, you're raising your pen there. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, I think I will continue what you just mentioned, Dean, because I very much agree with we need to be able to measure the impact we create. We need to get hold on the metrics, and we need to be able to transform the metrics into a capital value. If we are not able to do that, we are not able to show that this is actually a good investment. And I know we are all trying to solve this, and we are all using different methods to calculate the value of the impact that these companies create. So what I would hope for will be available in the futures are some kind of unified taxonomy, unified way of calculating the value of the impact, instead of using so many differentiated ways of doing it. So we maybe make the investors more insecure than secure that this is a good investing platform or a good investment to do.
Thank you, Birgitte. Johan, you also had a comment you wanted to make there.
Yeah, but basically it was on the same line. This we've identified also in the IBAN impact report, there was a kind of lack of knowledge about how to measure the real impact of their investments in the society and also in the environment. So I would say that there's something here to explore more in deep about to have a clear overview of measure this impact. And if it would be interesting, probably just to think about a very procedure to measure it and a standardized way of doing it, that would be amazing, because right now is one of the missing points, and there's a lot of lack of knowledge about the measurement and the impact of the measurement of this impact.
Thank you, Juan. So measurement, and what Birgitte was saying, comparability would be important. Stina, you raised your hand.
I may have a different approach, but my reply would be: don't make it too complicated, don't make it too difficult, because we have seen from our research, and our data, as more hands-on and as practical as possible, that is what actually delivers the best data. I know it's different writing research papers, but the startups that we are working with, they're innovative, they're agile, they work fast, and I actually think that we should try to adopt some of these characteristics also in the research we do, and the common measurement standards that we try to set up. Because I want to pick down on the data point that some of you can call the pitfalls with impact investing is that we don't have enough data on the performance of the impact investments, and that was also one of the key findings from the impact investor survey last year. But what we also found in our research this year, when we focus particularly on the impact startup, it is that there is no one breed of impact startup. They are as specific and have as special characteristics as, call it, conventional or traditional tech startup. But what we found is that it makes sense to compare the impact startup within their own vertical. Let's say if it's an impact startup focusing on food tech, it makes sense to look at the vertical food tech and compare the startups and the data on that respect, and not just comparing the impact startup with a broad breed of impact just because it's impact. In this way, I think we actually will be able to drive much more data forward. Yeah.
Dean, do you have a contribution there?
Yeah, Kai, I love the question. I think it's great. So essentially, we think that there are three pieces of crucial infrastructure that are actually needed for the impact investing sector. The one we actually have, but the other two are the ones that I think the other panelists are actually talking about. So the one that we have is that we have a taxonomy of definitions. That's been well documented. There's a Rosetta Stone of how that translates across SDGs and all sorts of things like that. And you'll find that in IRIS particularly. It's got thousands and thousands of definitions, and it's harmonized all sorts of languages to get to that particular point. But the second piece, which is actually quite crucial, which is what I think people are talking about, and that's being able to actually understand the comparative value of one investment to another. And that's very difficult to make comparisons. But it's a crucial piece of infrastructure if we're going to build things like impact performance benchmarks, for example, indices or ratings. We've actually built a methodology on how you can actually do that based on over 1,600 observations, to be able to actually understand exactly how one investor, whether you do it in a vertical, for example, and it's in an open public comment period at the moment, in order to build a standard so that the industry has something that they can actually make those necessary comparisons. And the piece of research that I'd love to see is actually trying to build what those impact performance benchmarks might look like. So test the methodology to see whether it actually works. Try and break it, if I can put that challenge. The third pillar that is missing is in the same way that the financial markets, even in private markets, people share data either through their reporting or in some kind of public forum in one way or the other. And in the impact performance result area, that's another the third pillar that investors need to actually start sharing much more of their impact performance results with each other. They can do that in a number of different ways. Anonymity and confidentiality are all things so that you don't reduce people's competitive advantage. But the point is that with the taxonomy of definitions, the methodology to be able to actually compare so that you've got things like impact performance benchmarks, and together with a large, basis of data, you should be able to actually make those value definitions. So my challenge to researchers is go and build those practical things like what do those impact performance benchmarks actually look like. They're very familiar to the financial markets, but not yet a piece of infrastructure that exists in the impact investing industry.
Thank you, Dean. Very interesting. So clear focus on measurements here and trying to figure out something that is practical, as you say, Stine, but also something that really, as Birgitte was highlighting, helps to kind of like put numbers, to put capital numbers behind that. To make it more complicated, let me advance one thing which I feel we could do a better job at when we look at impact investing. So my claim would be that most impact investors look at the impact of their investment in their investee. However, if you read Joseph Schumpeter, Entrepreneurship, Creative Destruction, Transformation of Industries, then you know that is only one part of the equation, right? So what Schumpeter says is an entrepreneur finds a new equilibrium, and this is traditional economics, demand supply. So he or she is able to produce something cheaper at the same quality, and therefore that she's going to make a profit, or a higher quality at the same price or at not too high a price, in which case people are willing to pay more, in which case demand goes up again, right? And what we're thinking about here is demand for our resources that we care about. Unemployed people, disadvantaged people, environmental resources, and so on, and demand in the sense of protecting and helping those kind of resources. So if we want to do that, an important question then is, should an impact investor not also focus on the unobserved opportunities and making them visible to the rest of the market? So imagine you go into a well-documented market, and Birgitte, I'm going to look at you now as one of the very early investors in a enterprise that I mentioned a lot called Specialisterne. It's a Danish startup that works with people on the autism spectrum in software developing, and basically they provide an employment for people who have been thought unemployable. And I've been giving this talk for many, many years, and I remember one year, this was at IMD, afterwards somebody came to me with tears in her eyes, and he said, yes, my son also is on the autism spectrum, and I totally get what you're talking about, because it's so important that he finds an employment. It's like, oh, well, what does your son do? It's like, well, he drives every day by train 1 hour from Lausanne to Bern to work in a supermarket to bag groceries. And I was like, wow, right? So what Specialisterne has done, it has found the possibility for people on the autism spectrum to work in something that they're not just reasonably good at, but they're actually very good at. They have these specialist advantages. So the Sociale Capital Fund was an early investor here, and my argument here would be, yes, your investment has helped to grow Specialisterne, but more importantly, it has shown other people around Europe, around the world, that there is an opportunity to invest in. So the impact that we should attribute to the Sociale Capital Fund should not just be the 50 people who are today working at Sociale Capital Fund in Denmark and a couple of countries where they have grown and replicated, but the many, many other startups. There are startups in Germany, there are startups in the Netherlands, there is a SAP, Hewlett Packard that have started to hire these people. So I would really like us to raise the awareness of impact investors to look at the compound impact of what they do. Right? So if I'm entering the electrical car market at this point, that is a completely different thing than backing Tesla in the early years when they're just coming up with their innovations. Any thoughts and comments on that from your side?
I think you're raising a whole issue about what an investor's contribution actually is, and all sorts of different definitions for that actually exist. It's one of the other things from a research point of view, if you want, that is at the frontier at the moment of actually understanding what the contribution is. And sometimes contribution is difficult because we want to directly attribute it to my dollar to that result. And that's often hard to, firstly, that's a difficult thing in and of itself. But when you want to think about the broader impact, sometimes people can claim things that maybe a number of different people have played a role in actually doing, not only your particular investment. But I think that while I'm less worried about measuring that other part of it, because and that's not to say that measurement's not important. I think you know by now that I think it is. But I think that these are amazing examples of how you're contributing to a much bigger infrastructure. I mean, Elon Musk's strategy, for example, is not about making cars, actually. It's actually about establishing an infrastructure globally that allows those cars, any car, to operate. That's really what he's actually trying to force if you look at his particular strategy. So with an impact investor, I think you do have to think about the kind of broader impacts. And one of the obvious ones is that sometimes, particularly at these early stages, you demonstrate to much more traditional, often conservative institutional investors with much deeper pockets what is possible. In other words, you're starting to actually say, here is a business opportunity that if we in fact invest more into, and we can do it at scale, and a lot of early startup stages investors are really concerned not only with the smallness of the initial investment, but actually getting it to scale. And the Nordic research shows that they're focused on the scale. So I think that's at the back of the mind of most investors has got to be their longer term, broader impact than just the fishbowl of their immediate stuff.
Thank you. Birgitte, you have a comment.
Yes, I think that what you talked about, Kai, we consider when we do the impact assessment, when we meet either startups or SMEs and we do the impact assessment, we always address the perspective of scale, depth and duration of the impact. Like you mentioned, specialisterne, they have a deep impact on people's lives, but it's only, let's say, 50 persons who is having the impact, whereas other investors might go for investments that has a larger scalability or have another duration. So us as an investor, we always ask, do we want scalability? How deep do we want the impact to be, and what is the duration? And there's no answer that we always choose scalability or we always choose duration, but it depends on the business model and it depends on the case. But these are the three different impact assessments we always do.
Thank you. And Stina, you had a comment?
No, I just have a small comment. I really agree with what Birgitte is saying, and also Kai, I want to pull forward a concept or model from when I was studying at CBS that I actually still use from time to time in my daily work, the theory of change, which I think is a relatively great model to apply as a startup or as an investor, where you look at the input, the output, and then in the end the impact. But it actually allows you to break down, you can call it the impact journey or the impact line, so you know specifically where, I mean, the difference you make or the impact that you are trying to create.
Thank you. To sum up a little bit our discussion here, and perhaps also for the audience out there, something to think about where we might want to go in the future with the field and with our interest and research in the field. I think there's 5 different elements that we can consider. We have touched upon some less, one a lot, as you will see in a second. But often when we talk about impact investing, we have these 5 variables. There's the intentionality. Does it matter that I set out to have an impact, right? What if I have an impact anyways and I just happen to invest in Tesla because I need to fulfill my quota of publicly traded companies. So I think intentionality is really important. We'll probably all agree with this. And I think it's important to understand what are the intentions that bring people to impact investing. Dean, you talked about empathy. I think that is a question, and I find investors have real trouble talking about that. I mean, the ones that come more from the hard side. It is, and I would be interested in Richard's numbers and also the ones, Tina, that you have when people claim to have a market return, whether this isn't something they feel they are obliged to report and say, because otherwise they might not be taken serious in the field that they're in. Another question we have is additionality, which I think we should really also look into, right? If I buy Tesla shares today, am I an impact investor? Probably not. I'm just transferring my cash to somebody else who sells their shares and who might buy, I don't know, another public equity for it, right? So the question of additionality, I think, is really important. I think there's a lot of people who consider themselves impact investors because they hold assets that generate impact, but all they do is they refer assets between different people who are holding those assets. So they're not really creating that additionality. We talked about measurement a lot. I think that is very important. Two more elements that are often mentioned are materiality and attributability. So materiality is the question that you were coming towards before Birgitte, right? How material is this to the person? You called it depth, right? I mean, if I plant a couple of trees, does that make yes, it absorbs CO2, but is that a material effect? Is it possible? Can we plant enough trees around the world to really save the environment? And the last one that I find really interesting here is attributability. And this is where we come back to the industry, the sector, right? Who do we attribute the impact to? And does it matter that we might attribute it to somebody who actually didn't cause it? And my argument would be no, right? There might be investors out there who might be willing to pay for the attribution of impact because that is how they want to present themselves, which might create income possibilities for others who do not need that, who don't necessarily have to have the impact that they have generated attributed to themselves. So that's, I think, is a really interesting question to end upon. Can there be impact derivatives where people actually trade the impact that has been created? And is there an interest among investors to pay for that ability to say, hey, I have this impact investing, this impact is being attributed to me. With that, we're coming to the end of this hour. I'm sorry, I'm actually 2 minutes over the allotted time of Richard, who will be coming back and joining us now, giving us a few couple end words. Please do download the report. We have kept the debate somewhat general because I didn't want to go into all the details of the report without the audience having read that, but do read it. It's really interesting. It's long and very, very deep and interesting reading.
Thanks a lot for that. Thanks a lot for that, Kai, and moderating this conversation with Dean and Stine and Juan and Birgitte on the launch of our Impact Report Nordic Investors 2020. We are still in the mid of the day and we have 4 things to go. And so, yes, stay tuned because with crisis comes opportunities and change. And the philosopher and futurist Barbara Max Hubbard once said, when things are breaking down, look for what's breaking through. So the next session at 3:10 p.m. is with my friend Alan Laubsch from the US, and he will take us through a session and a conversation about from breakdown to breakthrough. So please be with us here in 10 minutes, 3:10 p.m. Welcome back here to Nordic Impact Business Summit, streaming directly from Copenhagen today, Wednesday, 9th of December. We've been through a lot of different conversations throughout the day. We've also been through matchmaking between Nordic impact startups and around 200 investors. But next up is a special conversation, I think. It's about from breakdown to breakthrough. And it's a little bit about how and what kind of opportunities comes with a crisis. So I'll leave it now for my friend Alan Laubsch, American investor living in Portugal. And he invites some friends and talk a little bit about what can arise from crisis and how do we look for breakthrough when changing the world for the better. So Alan, welcome aboard here.
Thank you, Richard. Greetings, everybody. And it's lovely to see Ingmar here and Reiki as well. So I would love to kick it off with a brief introduction. You can see here, this is the giant swell that hit Nazaré just over a month ago. And about 20,000 people watching these giants roll in as people were surfing. And indeed, it's one of these times. It is, it is a big wave season for the world. Massive waves are coming in. How do we take this opportunity to actually surf these waves of change and do something beautiful? And so I'm really excited about this session. Breakdown to Breakthrough is inspired by Barbara Marx Hubbard. So you can move to the next slide, please. Barbara is the grand dame of evolutionary consciousness. And she said, in fact, that breakthroughs only come from breakdowns. In looking at the way nature works, there's an evolutionary acceleration during these emergencies so that emergence can arise. So next slide, please. So crises precede transformation and even can drive transformations. Next slide, please. So what she's done, in her words, is she's invented a wheel, and her wheel is called the wheel of co-creation. And I love this quote from her. What we need is nonlinear, exponential interaction, innovative elements in such a way that they could quickly connect with each other and jump the system to a higher order. So what she has in this wheel, which is probably quite small on your screen, are 12 different areas. Everything from learning and education, communications and media, art and culture, economics and business, peace building and relations, justice and governance, health and wellness, food, water, environment, infrastructure, resources, science and technology and spirituality. All of those different fields are connected. They're not silos. And what she's advising us, and I think she's with us even though she died last year, she's advising us that in these periods of breakdown, look for what's breaking through, because then we can connect what's working to create a future that we can thrive in. So that's the very idea, that it is this crisis opportunity that enables us to really wake up from the regular way of doing and be open to what's actually working in the world. And here I'd like to share a quote from one of my favorite sci-fi authors, William Gibson. He said, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed," right? A story that I love from Bertrand Piccard's sharing of the solar impulse, the solar plane that flew around the world. He spoke in San Francisco at this climate event 2 years ago. And first thing, anyone in the traditional aviation industry said it was not possible. So, they said, no way you can get, that kind of performance, that kind of battery power, that kind of material lightness. We can't do it. But outside of the industry, they were able to do that. And so as he's taking off on his solar impulse, on this solar powered plane that would go around the entire world, he felt like he was living in the future. And then he realized, no, I'm in the present. Everyone else is living in the past, right? So what is this future that we can co-create now that we have these massive waves, COVID, recession, climate change, ecosystems collapse, with the head of the United Nations saying that we're waging a suicidal war on our planet. Now that we're driven together as one planet, one consciousness, what is this beautiful future, thriving future that we know is possible? What is that, and how can we co-create that? Next slide, please. So, small islands of coherence in a sea of chaos can shift the system to a higher order. And that's what we are. That's what everyone here tuned into this channel is doing. All of us are doing this, and we're connecting as this global network of coherence in an ocean of chaos to catapult us to a higher level of order. Next slide, please. So we had the moonshot, which was such an inspiring story, because when JFK asked to send a man to the moon and return him safely, actually they had no idea how they would do that. And a series of parties were organized in which they pretended they'd already done that. And they invited the coolest people, the leaders in all the field, to these parties, and they congratulated each other. Congratulations, amazing how we did this. So how did we actually do this? But they pretended they had already done this. Okay, and that's what I would suggest, right? Imagine this, and this is an accidental byproduct that came from the mission. The whole idea was making it to the moon, but William Anders, one of the astronauts, took out his camera and took this photo of Earthrise that was not scheduled, it was accidental. Everyone was so focused on the moon, looking back at the Earth. This is now the most famous environmental photo, and in a way you could say it really sparked a planetary environmental consciousness. Looking at this tiny little blue marble, that's the only home that we've ever known. So now perhaps we need an Earthshot. So I would love to now open up the discussion with that in mind. And I'd like to first just ask Ingmar and Reiki just to introduce themselves and their amazing work. We'll start with Ingmar, the founder of We Don't Have Time, an incredible app to save the world. And that's one of those ideas that I think is so in line with this topic, because what a social network does is really unite us, all these different fields. You can get experts in all those 12 areas together. And then we'll move to Reiki, who is the facilitator of the Seeds cryptocurrency and the Haifa decentralized human organization that is creating an incredible network, a new financial system that is powering regenerative revolution. So maybe Ingmar, if you would start with a little bit of just the story of what that evolutionary impulse was in you that sparked you to do what you're doing right now.
Thanks. I'm actually, my background is that I worked in the finance industry as an entrepreneur my whole career. But I changed all that 3 years ago when I founded We Don't Have Time. And the reason for that, I will say, was inspiration from how we not should do this. It was actually Donald Trump that inspired me and made me realize that our leaders today in the world, they will not solve the climate crisis. We have not the leaders we had back in the 60s when we did the moonshot. We don't have that. Our leaders today, they are followers. They are following the businesses, they are following the people, they are following the lobbyists, and they don't lead us anymore. They are reacting on things, but they are not leading us. If they were leading us, we will not have a pandemic in the world, because it is very well known that we could avoid this situation, but they totally ignored it. So now we're reacting on this problem. So what I realized was that we must take the lead, and we must show the leaders that we have the solution, that we could solve the climate crisis. And I think the best method to do that is by using technology and have everyone that wants to solve the climate crisis, no matter where in the world they live, they can connect through the We Don't Have Time network, and they can work together. We have built a platform where our members could get together and have a dialogue directly with businesses and leaders, and they could change together, because this is not something you can do all by yourself. You must do it together, individuals, organization, businesses, investors, everyone needs to work together. So that is what I'm dedicating my life to today. And I'm very, very sure that we will solve this, but it will not happen by itself. So we must take the lead, and the Earth shot is not our leaders to do. It is up to us, the people on Earth, and we can do it. But we must do it now. We can't wait.
Beautiful, Ingmar. Thank you so much. And Reiki, now over to Bali, I think. Please share your extraordinary journey to what brought you to found Seeds and this amazing work in the regenerative finance and economics field that you're leading.
Sure. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Ingmar. I mean, I totally agree with that our current leaders are not leading, and that the people, humanity, needs to come together and create a new path forward. And I'll get to that in a little bit. But a tiny bit about my journey. I'm a permaculturist by heart. I love plants. I love growing food. I love eating food that I've grown. I want to localize our food systems, grow food, not lawns. Put that out there. I'm also a community builder. So about 10 years ago, when I realized that, that's a cicada, don't mind that. 10 years ago, when I realized that I wasn't wanting to be part of this civilization and where it was headed anymore, I didn't want to raise my children in this environment. I didn't want to have to justify to my kids why the animals they see on TV don't exist anymore, or why mommy and daddy do things they don't like, or why plastic is everywhere, and all these things that I just couldn't get my head around why civilization was, this way. I started off in the intentional community space. A bunch of friends got together, we bought up some land. We're like, we're going to grow our own food and build our own village. A year into that project later, we realized this is really hard. There's not a lot of tools to help us govern and create together. And there's certainly not a lot of support in the underlying economic systems in which we're operating. So it was very difficult. We were working against the current. For a lot of reasons, failed. And I went on to study how intentional communities thrive. How can a group of people come together and steward a common asset, and grow together and make decisions together and create new economic systems together and value distribution systems? Like, how can we redesign how we come together? Small pause. How can we redesign how we come together to recreate how we build a life? So that was where I was sitting maybe 5 years ago, deep into that intentional community permaculture and the blend between those two ideas space, when one of my friends was building a peer-to-peer food app. He was wanting people to be able to grow food out of the yards, cook food at their house, and sell it to their neighbors. And essentially an app facilitates all of this. I think that's a marvelous idea. Uber Eats and similar apps charge like 30% off the top to be able to provide that service. It's ridiculous. And we need to localize our food system. So why not make an app for this? I love the idea. However, I told him it wasn't a very good one, because if an app like this charges fees for Bob the neighbor to sell a pie to me, I'm not going to use the app. And that was actually so common, that people who are doing these peer-to-peer sharing economy applications or anything where there's a routine interaction, if the app's charging fees, people avoid the app. So they don't get that network effect, they don't get the traction, and they're not as sustainable. So even though, yes, we need to localize our food systems, I'm like, I don't know if this is a great idea. About 2011, so this is taking a step back, I got into Bitcoin and stuff, better than the US dollar. However, I didn't think it was going to solve any of our problems. I saw it exacerbating some of our issues. Inequality was exacerbating that. Wasting resources, it was exacerbating that. Like, actually addressing our climate crisis, it was doing nothing to do that. So the three biggest things I saw as a problem for humanity, it wasn't doing anything to solve, but it was a better store of value. I was really interested in that tech, so I started mining it and trading cryptocurrencies and doing that on the side. So going back to my friend and this food app, he knew I was into cryptocurrencies, and he's like, hey, why don't we build a cryptocurrency for this peer-to-peer food app? Originally, I told him no, but at this particular point in life, I was working through a personal transformation and doing a lot of breath work and things like that. And it was during a breath work session where it just kind of came to me. It's like, what if we actually did build a cryptocurrency based on the local food system? And we could have a new financial system backed by local food. And that's what's going to give the utility for this new financial system. So what I saw with people accepting Bitcoin is like, well, what do I do with this Bitcoin? Well, just hold on to it, lock your keys away and forget about it for 5 years. You know, but what if this new currency, and someone's like, well, what do I do with this? So like, well, you could buy healthy, regenerative, organic food tonight, and it's actually cheaper than Uber Eats and on the alternatives. It's like, oh, well, all of a sudden that makes a really strong use case to get this new currency to get adopted. So we started this project. It was originally called Light Food. This is about 4 years ago. And it was a financial system based off local food. But as we started going on the journey of how to make money better than free, like how do we make currency better than free so people want to use this opposed to using dollars? How do we reward regenerative behaviors like these local peer-to-peer food providers? So we started figuring out the economics of this, and we're like, well, this works for more than just local food. This works for anything. So this is a financial system that can underpin a different type of civilization. And then we're like, well, if we have this economic model, now we've got to figure out how to govern it. So then we started getting into decentralized governance and what that actually looks and how you can, you know, programmatically update a financial system based off the whims and the evolving needs of the people that are part of that system. That got really exciting and took up another 2 years. Then we were a couple hundred people on this journey and we're like, well, how do we decentralize ourselves? You know, if we're a group of people building this new financial and economic system, that's a point of failure. So we had to figure out how we ourselves became decentralized and how we make decisions as a group. And this is where Haifa was actually spun off of. So where we're at today is we have this thing called Seeds, which is an economic and governance system that's allowing us to rethink how we distribute value throughout our society. That's creating a better than free stable currency. So it's intrinsically stable, not stable like the US dollar that's actually losing like 20% of its value this year. It's absurd. But it's intrinsically stable, meaning it's stabilizing itself versus price and demand. Doesn't matter, going down a rabbit hole here. The big key part is it finances the regeneration of our planet and gives the people who are using it voice of that system. And then Haifa is a new way of setting up organizations. You know, we're 3 years into this journey. We've distributed north of $4 million worth of value. We've never had a bank account. And the legal entity we did set up, we just closed because we never used it and didn't need it. But we've been able to get a couple hundred people to come together, contribute to a common cause, make decisions together in a decentralized governance fashion, and essentially use these tools for building a new paradigm while being fully enveloped and involved in it. So, 4 years into this journey, we've built a lot of tools. Where we're at today is just releasing them. I think we're looking at the 21st of this year where we're launching a decentralized exchange. We have 2 applications running so people can access this ecosystem, vote, govern, exchange value. And we have the Haifa tool set, which we're getting ready for organizations to use next year to decentralize their organizations and kind of join this. That's a whole mouthful, so I'll pause it at that and pass it back to you, Alan.
Right, amazing. Thanks for taking us through your journey and showing us some of the amazing technologies that are here right now that to impact the future. And I wanted to just kick off the discussion with a comment that Ingmar alluded to, which is that the leadership right now is not there for us to depend on them guiding us to this regenerative future. We all know we need a Green New Deal. There's various versions of it being hatched up, of course, now by leadership following kind of what the people want already. But I'd like to ask, how do we start our own Green Deal from this grassroots level? And maybe Ingmar, you can share some of your thoughts, and then I'll pass it to you, Reiki, to comment.
I think what we need, more and more people are starting to be aware about the situation in the world, about the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis and the state of the planet. I will not say it's enough people that are aware, but more and more actually are that. That's a good thing, but if we don't give everyone also education about the solutions, people will just get paralyzed. They will not act. If they don't see a way forward and only negative news, you will start to ignore the negative news. So I think it's super important to share solutions and show that we have a way forward, because we have that. We have so many solutions and we have no excuses to actually use them and implement them. So what I think we need is, I mean, Green New Deal is great. We're going to reduce emissions. I mean, that's boring. We need to do so much more. I think we must end this mentality where we see everything that we need to do less. That's not a visionary. I mean, the moonshot, it was about building a rocket and take us to the moon. Very concrete way. It was achievable. We had 10 years. It was a race and we did it. We need something similar. And I think we need a vision where it's not about going net zero. Going zero, what is that for kind of mission? I want to go to hundreds. I want to build a better world. And this is a mindset that is really important that we shift. Because if you know about how bad the situation are with the climate, you also know that the zero is never enough. We must go negative. We must suck down the carbon dioxide we already have in the atmosphere. And that is also, we can do that. So let us have a vision where we actually not go to zero, we go to 100, we build a better world and have a vision on how to do it. And the action should not be about reducing the emission. The action should be about cleaning up the atmosphere, make it better and build a resilient world. And it's absolutely achievable. So the vision should be build a better world and don't go to zero, go to hundreds, take back, clean the atmosphere. It's a huge mindset of another perspective that is really needed, but we don't have that discussion today. Instead we have carbon capturing, that's greenwashing. It's not greenwashing, it's what we need to achieve in order to actually survive. But we need to do it in a scientific way that is scalable. So it could be a lot of bullshit, people talking, not acting. But that's not an excuse why we not should implement it. So we need another moonshot. We need actually to restore the biosphere on the planet we're living on. That is the moonshot we need today. We don't need to go to Mars and restore that atmosphere. We need actually to restore the atmosphere here at home. And we need to do it now.
Beautifully said, Ingmar. As a fellow Earthling, I fully support that vision. And Reiki, I think you as well. So please, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, I'm loving everything you're saying, Ingmar. Yeah, definitely. I think that mindset is pretty pervasive. And I mean, even it shows itself in the sustainable development goals, as if we're trying to sustain the current trajectory that we're on. I like calling them the regenerative development goals and remapping them to how we can do better and how we can evolve. You know, a lot of people, such a cliche, they say, don't think about the pink elephant, and then you think about a pink elephant. Humans have a really hard time not doing something, especially if they're told not to do it. We're really great at doing something else. So when we're saying don't pollute the environment, that's not great. What we need to say is regenerate the environment, you know? So I'm totally with you there. And I think we can create our own global Green New Deal. You know, the reality is all of our crises are global. You know, COVID doesn't care about national borders. Climate change doesn't care about national borders. It's going to be no country is going to be able to fix this crisis for us. It needs to be a global effort. So we can't even consider our national leaders because they can't figure it out within their own boundaries, let alone coordinating with other leaders. So I think we can ignore them for a little while and create our own global Green New Deal. And we could do that by stepping into our own financial systems and our own tools and finance it ourselves. And if more people say, yes, we agree to this new currency, we agree to this new economic model that is financing the regeneration of our planet, then we can do it. We could do it tomorrow. You know, central banks made, I just saw this staggering figure, 22% of all US dollars that exist were created this year. That's an enormous amount of money. And that's just the US dollar, right? Central banks have made tens of trillions. Like, it's an enormous amount of money that's going to, you know, subsidize Wall Street and finance the problems. We spent $5.4 trillion in a single year subsidizing oil and gas industries, making them cheaper than renewable energies. So we can't ignore the elephant in the room. When we're talking about, investing in change, we can't invest in the currency that's causing the change or causing the crises, right? Money is not agnostic. Everyone pretends that like, hey, money is just energy. It's not. What's behind that money? If money is built and created with debt and interest on top of it, it requires that we continue to grow. And how does our economies grow? They convert our natural world into money, or they take things that were once free and turn it into money. It's good for our economy to pollute our waters. That's why we do it. It's good for our economy to cut down of all of our mature rainforests. That's why we do it. It's going to be good for our economy to pollute our air so we can bottle up fake air and ship it across the world so I can breathe some mountain fresh air from Everest and pay $100 to do it. By the way, they're already doing that. So my whole point here is that I'm serving what we call the regenerative renaissance, and it's fully in support of what you're talking about. It's, the Black Plague preceded the medieval Renaissance, where they rethought how civilization could be designed. And I think we have that exact same opportunity right now. All the systems we're operating in, they were conceived of centuries ago, some of them millennia ago. They didn't have any of the capability we have today. They couldn't even have conceived of a global civilization, let alone the idea of the internet or mass communication at a distance. So the tools that we have today to radically rethink how we restructure civilization are far ahead of any of the tools that we're using today. And I think that's our opportunity, and that's our moonshot, is how do we redesign civilization? How do we start prototyping minimal viable civilizations, taking up 100 hectares of land and rebuilding a village and regenerating a landscape and showing how we can do this and create an immensely high quality of life for people. One other thing I really want to change with this narrative is it sounds like we have to sacrifice. They say, stop doing this, stop consuming so much, stop meeting your needs. It's all about like reduction, and people hate that. I hate that. I don't want to not meet more of my needs and sacrifice for the greater good. I think that's a terrible narrative. The regenerative civilization is one where all of our needs are met in a more beautiful way, actually met. My need for love and connection can never be met with money. My need to be seen and to be heard and to be felt can never be met with money. So many human needs can never be met by our current economic system, and they won't be met if we don't actually address them. But all of our needs and more could be met if we rethink how we actually go about meeting them. So this transition isn't about giving anything up. It's about getting so much more and everything we ever dreamed about, and more than we could dream about, because as we collectively start dreaming, the dreams get way better than any one of our dreams could ever be. And that's what's so exciting about this transition and this opportunity that we have right now, is we can rethink how civilization's designed. We can kind of say, if we had to start from this, ground zero, what would it look like? Unfortunately, all the tools are already there. All the pieces already exist. We're like one step away where we just have to plug the pieces together, and then that mural of what this new civilization looks like is already before us. And that's what I'm hoping that 2021 is about, is actually living into that new civilization and experiencing it and plugging all the pieces together, because they're already here. I'll stop there and pass it back to you, Al.
Thank you, Reiki. And you've here pointed already towards what you've termed the regenerative renaissance and a real revolution to get there. And Ingmar, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how do we start this revolution. You're building the social network, right? Allowing people to come together, allowing individuals to connect with businesses, with leaders. You have 25,000 people that are part of your network, but with a reach, social media reach of 25 million already. That's a massive amplification. So what is your view on how do we start this revolution? We're just a few people, right? 25,000 in your network, right? But 1,000 people started the Renaissance.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty incredible what can happen.
You already answered your question. You don't need to be millions of people to start changing the world. You just need to be the fish that swim in the other direction when everyone is going in the business as usual direction. But it will only work when we that swims at the other direction works together. So we must work together and do it collectively, and that will be a powerful force that will influence and inspire the others to follow, because most people are actually followers. So it doesn't take millions of people to change billions of people. It only takes, like you said, maybe 1,000 really dedicated people to create those change, the waves of change. So we need to we need to change the fish stim and swim at the other direction. And you don't need to start with the stim. You only need to start with the ones that are doing things. But I will also say that, I mean, it's very, very important that we have this, that we share this image of where we're going to be, the solutions, etc. But I don't agree with that. We can't focus on all the good things, because we are in a crisis, and it's going to be a lot of bad things that is happening in that crisis. I mean, the atmosphere we have today, what we feel today regarding the climate, is something we did 20 years ago. It's the emission 20 years ago we're feeling today. So even if we're suddenly going to net zero, we will feel the consequences of our actions 20 years before. So it's going to be consequences. And we must sacrifice things in our behavior. We must give up a lot of bad habits. And that hurts. It hurts to change. But if we don't change, nature will have everything change for us anyway. So we don't have a choice. And what I agree on is that when we give up that old habits, we're going to experience that it's much better. For instance, this year, I stopped flying when I started to work with the climate, because I realized that it's really the most efficient way of sponsoring all those money going into the fossil fuel industry. So I don't fly anymore. And nowadays, very few people are flying, and suddenly the world has shrinked. Everyone is having those global conversation, and that is an enormous seed of doing things in a much better way. But it's hard to actually give up the habit of flying around the world and go to all these events. But I think after the corona, of course, people are going to fly, but they are going to fly less, and they're going to do it and spend much more quality time. So it hurts. We must have the courage to change, give up habits, and actually sacrifice things. Not buy things because we think it's good for us, but it's because it's bad for the nature. So we don't do that. We use our clothes we had last year, etc., etc. And that is not a sacrifice when we have done it, but it is a sacrifice from the beginning. So we stop to smoke, and it's much more healthy when we have done it. But it hurt us when we're doing the habit change.
Thank you, Elmar. And that is the point that Barbara made as well, is that the crisis forces this changes on us, right?
Yeah.
We don't, there was a time, we didn't have the option to fly. It just, that window disappeared. We didn't have the option to leave many countries. Thankfully, Sweden stayed open and was a bit different. But we've all heard of the stories and know friends who've been stranded. So it's a really interesting discussion right now when you mentioned sort of, like viewing this bright future and all this opportunity, the sort of techno-utopianism that you get from Silicon Valley, the world that is bright and solar powered and renewable, and everyone's driving electric vehicles and will be prosperous and so on. And of course, then there's the dark cloud of where we are, this COVID crisis hitting the most vulnerable. A lot of people, going without food, without the basics, us completely misallocating resources to, put everything into the firefighters and, emergency and treatment, as opposed to investing in our future. And we can just see the results of this will be a massive, massive recession, globally synchronized in a way that we have, we've never seen. And so to be positive at a time like this right now, I call it being an optimist in 1939. And yet, at the same time, I would have to say that, yes, we need to prepare ourselves, just like those big wave surfers, when they see those massive swells coming in and they travel around the world to hit those swells, they know that they're going to be fighting for their life. And so there is a healthy fear there. But what's so beautiful, I've recently had conversations with Mike Parker, the founder of Liminal Coaching, who taught me that fear, which is stored in the amygdala, right, also is the part of the brain which is responsible for awe. So imagine those big wave riders. They've got fear when they've been pummeled, they've been held under. Many of them have suffered tremendous injuries. Trust me, they are afraid. They are afraid when they're going out there, when they're thinking about it. But they're doing that because of that incredible sense of awe and connection that they get, right? So those two are so interconnected, the fear and the awe. And what I'd love to now shift to is with this understanding that, we have massive waves to navigate. Where are we going? What is our vision? What is our totally good future? The totally good future that our heart knows is possible, as Charles Eisenstein puts it, right? So changing the dialogue from, we have an extinction event where we might all die unless we change, to no, let's, what is the most beautiful world that our heart knows is possible? And Reiki, let me pass it to you to share your vision.
Wow, thank you for that.
I would say, just in terms of timing, we have 3 minutes, so we'll have to make this super short. Maybe a minute for you and a minute for Ingmar, and then we can wrap it up, and Richard will be able to guide this event on.
Yeah, so usually I could take you down a really beautiful painted vision of this, but in short order, it's one where, and we already have the possibility for this today, so it's not a utopic vision, it's a very pragmatic vision where everyone has access to everything they need. We have access, not necessarily ownership, so we could start sharing goods a lot more, and we need processes for doing that. Where food is of abundance, Earth could provide that, we just need to plant food, not yards. We just need to convert all of our parks and green spaces to food forests, and we would have plenty of food to go around. And my vision is one where I walk out my front door and I'm picking my breakfast on my way to my neighbor's house to see what he's passionately creating that day. Because the future that we're working our way into is one that's led by passion and purpose. It's not, you see the evolution of economies. They were human powered, and then they're machine powered, gas powered, design and data powered. The next economy is going to be purpose and passion powered. Once AI takes over all the mundane jobs that our minds and physical bodies could do, what's left for us to do is passion, purpose, and spirit. So it's going to be an economy where that's what people are being called to show up and do and bring to the world. And that's the most beautiful thing that they could be bringing to the world. So my future civilization was where everyone's tapping into their purpose and passion, fulfilling what they really want to bring into the world, and then bringing that. And when everyone's doing that in syntropy and meeting and having all their needs met and living in paradises of abundance, then it'll be more beautiful than anything that we could individually imagine. I'll pass it at that.
Beautiful. Ingmar, the last word is yours.
I agree, and I will say, I will frame it like this. We must end this society we have today that's so focused on you as an individual. The future is a future where we are thinking as what is best for the collective, what is best to do together with others, where we're helping each other, not competing with each other, and where we are showing solidarity, and where what is building your personal value is not what you're worth, but what you can do for others. Because that is something, if you listen to people when they're actually in the end of their life and they are dying, everyone is regretting that they haven't done more together with other people. I mean, money doesn't mean anything. What means anything is the relationship with others. And we need to actually build a society that we're building togetherness. I think that is how humanity has evolved in the history, and that's where we must go again. I think this individualist, capitalist, what we have today, I'm not against capitalism, I like capitalism, but today's capitalism, that is wrong. We can't focus on ourselves. We must focus on what's good for everyone, and we need to help each other. And I think we're going there, and that's a much, much better world to live in.
Beautiful. Ingmar, thank you. Reiki, thank you. You're both so inspiring, and it's been a great session. And I look forward to continuing this dialogue. Thank you, all the viewers, and back to Richard. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alan, Ingmar, and Ricky, talking about how we can change ourselves and also maybe have a change in humanity out of a crisis, going for opportunities. When you face a business challenge, there are 3 ways to tackle it. One would be pretend it doesn't exist and see what happens. Secondly, you could try to deal with it and treat the symptoms. Or third, you can actually try to understand yourself on what's needed to change within yourself and outside to go further. In 10 minutes at 4 p.m., we meet Aleksander Tõnnisson from Cocoon Ventures in Estonia, and he's advocating to look beyond the face of challenges. So stay tuned with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back here to Nordic Impact Business Summit, streaming live from Copenhagen studio. It's 4 p.m. and we are about to look a little bit out how you match founders and investor on social values. We have Aleksander Tõnnisson from Estonia, from Cocoon Ventures, and they work a lot on that course. So I'll hand it over to Aleksander and a few other investors to talk about this. And Aleksander, welcome.
Yes. Okay. Hi. I also see two of my guests, Baasi and Margus, and we will introduce them also later a bit longer. So we're both investors as well as I am, and all of us also quite a lot of interested in the softer side of the life, and maybe a bit unexpected to have three investors talking about challenges and how they influence our lives. So, but I want to start with a small experiment. So I don't really know how many people are watching. However, if we switch to the next slide, which is an empty one, it's because I want you to actually come here and arrive, and we're going to do a small exercise to do that, which is also connected to today's topic, and what I call is emotional due diligence. And you can do it with your eyes closed, you can keep them open, it doesn't really matter. However, you need to kind of look into yourself for a moment, and I'm going to name different emotions and feelings and just see if you can register that particular feeling in you or not. So with an eyes closed, it's a bit easier, and then what you can do is then just note that, okay, so this feeling or emotion was present at that moment. You can write it down, but you don't need to. It's just to arrive here and just to do a small self-check before we start. So you can close your eyes now or keep them open and check whether you feel any anxiety. Are you feeling any shame? Is there any guilt present? What about fear? Are you feeling any anger? Do you feel sadness? Do you feel joy? Is there any excitement, including sexual excitement? Do you feel calm? Do you feel connected? How about being curious? Or compassionate? Are you feeling right now confident? Courageous? Are you feeling that you have clarity? Thank you. And we'll come back to that in the ending part of my presentation, which is very short anyways. But if you want, you can make a mental note. What did you notice inside yourself, and maybe use it later on. But now if we switch to the next slide, then so basically Cocoon is kind of like, I would even call it a de-acceleration program, not an acceleration program. It's a year long, and it's built on principle that in order to grow your business, you need to change something. So if you do everything as you do today, expecting different results, it's not really going to happen. And what we really do believe is that the change only can come from the founder itself. So it's not that much the business itself, but the founder who needs to change. And that's the only way you can grow business. So if we switch to the next one, the core principle which we believe we build the businesses on, as it's on this next slide, when guys, could we switch to the next slide? Yes, already the next one. Is that every business challenge which you are faced with can be connected to the founders and founder psychology. So in order to solve the challenges, as Richard was also doing the introduction for today's topic, that you can really do it three ways. You can ignore that the problem exists, and finally, hoping that it goes away. You can cure the symptoms, meaning that the kind of solve it on the face value, or you can then go deeper and see, why are we having this challenge? Is that important to me? Is it a recurring challenge? Is there something I need to change in myself? Is the team something that needs to be changed in the team dynamics? So this is kind of the link between the business challenge and the founder psychology, which we're also going to talk about in the panel. So in the next slide, what we also really believe in is that in order for you to succeed in business, your kind of personal life goals need to be aligned with business life goals. And one way to see it is that, are we having similar challenges in business as we have in personal life? So it's very often they go hand in hand. They come in different forms, but they very often come from the same place. So kind of life is showing us the same side in the different formats for us to pay attention. And it's very difficult to do well on either side, either on the personal side or on the business side, if these things are not aligned well. And now, if we've switched to the next slide, there's 4 emotions I want to show you. So basically, there's different models. The easiest one is that there's four emotions, such as being happy, being sad, being afraid or having fear, and being angry. And then, so this is what we did also in the beginning of today's seminar. So we were kind of checking in, are we feeling any of those? And now, if we think and then switch to the next picture, in reality, you can say that there is only one true emotion, which is, next one please, a desire. So, and this is one way how, and I really wanted to make this small seminar part kind of useful for the listeners, is like kind of how to take the information out of the emotions which we have. So you can use emotions quite well as a navigation in your life, kind of seeing where and which kind of topics do matter to you and which doesn't seem to be that relevant. And the ones which trigger emotions in us are definitely something to look deeper into. Now, if we take a look at these 4 emotions, which are, I would say, most likely present in our everyday lives and most likely several times, then if looking from the perspective of a desire, if we switch to the next slide, then happiness is really a desire to live. So whenever you're happy, one way to look at it and one way to kind of try to figure out what is your life path, for example, is looking at the things that make you joy. So desire to live means that these are the things that makes your life desirable. And if we switch to the next one, being sad is more a tricky one, because this is the desire to change. And that what very often happens is that we, especially with entrepreneurs, is that we want to change the world. And the true reason behind it is that we wouldn't have to change ourselves. So whenever you're feeling sadness, this translates into desire to change something inside of you. So not outside of you, but inside of you. Next one, being afraid, fear, is a desire to escape. So specifically when we are in a situation where we're afraid of something, when the fear emotion comes up, it's really, really good to look inside of you. So what are we trying to escape? Are we trying to escape the responsibility? This is very often the case. Are we trying to escape failure, feeling failure? Sometimes we're even trying to escape being successful, which could be much more scarier than failing. And the last one, being angry, on the next one, is a desire to fight. So what are we fighting for? So whenever anger comes up, are we fighting for self-respect? What are we fighting for? So this is kind of one way to work with emotions. And I think we can now switch off the presentation side and move to the panel. Yes, that one we can skip. And I'm going. So the idea kind of behind my presentation was just to introduce kind of one tool which I use as a also investor to work with my own emotions, but also looking into the investment cases. And now, as you see, we have two other investors present here. And these guys, I know for a fact, have spent quite a lot of time looking very deeply inside themselves and also what happens around in the world. So we're very curious learning about themselves, but also what happens around of them. But I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and I'm going to ambush them in a way by asking them a question which they only knew like half an hour before it happened. So can you introduce yourself with a few sentences? So kind of what you do, and please also answer a question. What is what you believe in? And there's no way you can prove that it exists. So maybe Pasi, you go first, and then Margus.
Thanks for giving me the first one. So okay, that your question I didn't know. But anyways, I have a family business, family office. I used to be in a family business, but now I have a family office, and I'm Polkuni called, and I have invested into 20 plus startups, also serving many boards, and also I'm a CEO of a creative app platform called Sumo Apps. I'm also, late bloomer as an investor. I'm 55, have 3+2 kids, second time married. So maybe that is enough from my personal perspective. And the challenge, what you threw out, can you please repeat that one more time? So what?
So the question was, so if I define believing into something, so I really like kind of the definition of believing. It's something which there's absolutely no way you can prove it's true or exists. So what do you believe in? One thing.
One thing, humanity. Do I need to go further? So it's just I believe in us. So that the problems that we have created, that we're able to solve them, if we want.
Okay, thank you, Pasi. So Margus, could you also introduce yourself shortly and then answer the same question? Is there anything you believe in? Maybe you don't believe in anything, who knows?
Right. Hi, I'm Margus. I'm a partner at Karma Ventures. And Karma Ventures is a 70 million euro fund investing in deep tech across all Europe. And then we like to invest in early stage, in kind of seed phase, late seed, and A rounds. And deep tech, we define technologies as technologies which are complex enough that if some of the large strategic players is looking at the technology, they might think it's better to acquire it than to start to replicate or start to build the same solutions themselves. And maybe something in our philosophy, we'd like to say that we don't do investments, we do partnerships. And this is something that we really want to qualify and understand. Is it potentially a partnership, or is it a investor-founder relationship? And then for us, it's quite a difference. Now, on what I believe in, I cannot prove. I have thought somehow a lot about life, and And I thought, like particularly in earlier years, I thought it would be important to define how life happens to us. And I came up with 3 possible solutions, so which are not original ones. One is that life is random, that everything that happens to us is random. You know, you bump into another person, you discuss, and this is random. Or you were offered a job, or you became a founder. That's random, actually. Now, second thing is where there is also kind of early enough evidence that everything is predetermined, that there is no free will or free choice, and some kind of early, maybe too early scientific evidence is on the kind of brain level defined for that. And then one assumption where there is also kind of some scientists have been and made claims is that my thinking influence the future, not only my action, but my thinking, my vision. In your words, which is definitely a separate topic, interesting to discuss if desire is part of it. But my vision is influencing the world. And I have kind of concluded that most probably I believe that my vision has influence, not only my action, but my vision and thoughts. And that's why when we look at startups as well, we really try to understand what is a founder vision, and not only what it is, but why it is, and why it really matters to the founder. Because it's not, you know, it's common to say that it is not easy to build a startup and go to growth stories. There are a lot of challenges in a traditional sense. And this vision, this internal power, what you get from your own vision, this gives you the power and strength to go through the tough times. Your vision is your source of energy potentially. And we have found it working incredibly well. So maybe this is briefly who I am and what I believe in, but I still cannot prove.
Thank you so much. And Margus, I just have to ask, do you believe in karma?
I absolutely believe being founder of Karma Ventures.
So, but you brought actually up a very interesting topic, and one of the, let's say, things which I've been thinking a lot, and I think it's been fought for centuries, if not thousands of years, is kind of that life is hard in a way, right? So there's, even if you look at the emotions, there's only one which is positive, happiness, and then anger and sadness and fear. All of them we actually experience, not in a good way, even though actually I think by no means they are negative emotions. And now if we take challenges and the second theory of life being predetermined, then it kind of seems that, or it might seem like that these, whatever we do, we are faced with challenges. But now I have a question to Pasi in this regard. So how do you define challenge in the context of business? But I mean, you cannot really draw a line between the business and the personal life, but I do think that the definition of challenge is kind of crucial.
It is, yes. Actually, yeah, you stopped me over there with a challenge, and I personally think that it's totally up to your mindset. So I'd start with myself, since only after that I'm able to put the kind of the challenge in its all right perspective, into the own level. You know, time-wise, knowledge-wise, data-wise, environment-wise. You know, the interesting aspect is the peer-wise. You know, where do I get support? Where do I mirror things? And I've seen that's you know, the challenge, and having peer support and peers mirroring around you actually helps you to define the challenge within yourself.
Also, we have the energy aspects and action aspects also in the challenge. But you know, as I've seen in my people around me, that you know, let's say that they are suffering from depression. You know, for them, getting up from the bed on a daily basis can be a huge challenge. And of course, you know, for us functioning normally, that wouldn't be the one. But and then for someone wanting to save the planet, it's not a challenge enough. So really, I would go for the you know, the mindset of setting the challenge. You know, I don't have a better description on that.
Thank you. This is actually pretty good. Maybe, Margus, if I would ask you the same question, but from a different perspective, is that if you would choose one challenge from your own life and now put it in the context of what the challenge definition for you is, through that example, what would it be?
So I'd like to be free of challenges. So challenges, it relates to me that there is something complicating, there is something tricky in my mind, and challenges might be inspiring ones that gives you energy, and challenges might be the ones which make you afraid, passive, not active, and making decisions that might harm yourself or somebody else. I'll bring you an example. So people say that raising money for startup or raising a fund is a hard thing. It's a challenge, right? And I guess most founders would agree to it. Now, if you step in, for example, if you take coal miner who is doing hard physical work, mining coal, and you tell him that fundraising is hard, and he would ask like how the fundraising looks like. I go to nice office buildings, I drink coffee, I show 25 slides, I talk to smart people, and this is hard. It doesn't look hard, right? Versus being 100 or 200 meters underground and mining coal or gold or whatever. So why it's hard is because of our expectations. We'll meet investor, and we expect investor to say yes. And maybe I translate it, maybe Aleksander, to your words as desire. I have desire for outcome, and this creates challenge. And if I'm not able to relate myself to challenge right, it makes my life hard. And then I say life is hard. But objectively looking, if I don't have desire on that particular meeting to get yes from investor, but all I want to do is I try to understand, like, if the business, what I do, makes sense for the investor, does he invest in this stuff? I make my best presentation I can, and if it's not right fit, why to expect yes? So the expectations in our mind, which we are somehow attached to, even subconsciously we are attached to, are creating challenges. And it might be that it is possible to drop the expectations, but dropping expectations doesn't mean passive state or not doing your best. You're fulfilling your vision, but you are free from desire or attachment. You are fulfilling your vision, you are full of energy, you do your best, and the outcome is what it is. In my life, I believe my thoughts have influence. I cannot prove it. But I don't have challenge, effect of challenge that potentially has harmful effect on my body, on my thinking, on my decisions and emotions if I'm not being able to get rid of those.
Can I add to that?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
The normal thing that we say if you go for after money, you will get advice. But if you go for advice, you might get the money.
Yep.
I've seen that. When they approach to me, I sometimes I'm taking a very a kind of scientific approach to the pitching, and then I which actually would be better in my case, and asking for advice and not talk about the money at all actually works for me.
Yes, so thank you. So if I share my personal challenge in life, so for me, for example, it's self-importance. So I have defined or identified that quite a while ago, and I have now no clue how to get rid of it. So I'm kind of trying to slowly work towards it, and definitely what we're doing today is not helping. This is just increasing my self-importance. But now if we take this as an example and looking from the investor's perspective, so if we do investment decisions, if I do, or you, Margus, or Pasi, we look a lot of different aspects, and so that the whole process is called due diligence. It could be quite long, it could be quite tedious, it could be tiring, both for founders and investors. And one of the things which I found one day was that if I were looking kind of at our due diligence list in Build It Hardware Seed Fund, then I discovered that we are asking them 173 questions, and all of them were based on hard values, kind of what is your revenue, what's the market size, what's your go-to-market strategy, what is the experience of the team, and really almost nothing on the other side. And that kind of started me thinking that now if we come back to the challenges, and the work we have done in the Cocoon has shown that very often a business challenge is just a reflection of kind of a founder's personal challenges from the world. So the world is kind of reflecting back to you. And now if I'm bringing this question to you guys, in the sense that have you noticed that many founders go through similar challenges, or they are faced with similar challenges, and you can almost always trace that back to a personal challenge, such as fundraising? Very often, I guess, often it's not succeeding because of low self-belief or of high self-importance. So there could be a lot of things. So my question to you guys is, and maybe Pasi will take it first, and then Margus, is that, so have you seen such challenges? Maybe just few examples. What are those, and how are they connected to kind of to the personal self of the founder, and is this influencing your investment decision? So you see that the founder is going through a challenge, business challenge. You know that this indicates a certain thing in his personal life, and is that influencing your decision to make investment or not?
Okay, I'll go first. First of all, I've after 20 rounds of investments, I've come to the conclusion that I'd like to pass the kind of the hard value stuff to a co-investor. So hopefully there's someone who is an Excel freak or has the 172 questions and they can deal with that. And I'll take the softer aspect always. So I try to, I really want to dig very deep, how they think, what is their life, what is about, what are the values, how do they actually realize in their life actually the values that they are after. And this has been increasing after my life coaching, where I coach myself first, and then I coach CEOs and founders generally in the startup scene, and they go hand in hand. And as we discovered, the problems on personal sides affect to professional side and vice versa. And I've seen everything but a founder suicide, but everything else I have seen. And when things get tricky, the business effects are immediate. So and people think that they're able to cope with separating the lives, but it never works. So that's sad but true. But usually when business starts to fall apart, I usually go, what is your personal, how is your personal life going? But before even that, my biggest investment criteria is kind of in a way randomness. I once even made an example that I screened 10 startups approaching the accelerator program from far away at the door, looking only how they walk.
Okay.
And I had money for 2 to invest, and I could pick up the ones that I would invest already at the door, never seen or heard them before, only by the way they walk, because that tells me something, because I'm the observer. I'm the person who walks in the studio and sees what's wrong with the person on the right corner. And they say, oh, you noticed. Yes, I just passed by, but I saw that, the vibes were like that. So for me, the soft values is everything. I'm focusing a lot from them. How are the business challenges reflect to personal challenges, and where the person is within him or herself.
Thank you, Pasi. Before Margus, you answer, I have a provocative question to you, Pasi. If you know that the founder at the same time is going through a divorce, would you invest?
Actually, I haven't come across with that. Divorce, having gone through that myself, it has quite a lot of dimensions. How you deal with that, how much anger you feel, that actually, when I'm able to poke a little bit here and there and see what kind of reaction I get, and if I get the feeling, a gut feeling that this person has got a lot to do with that, then I would say that it would affect negatively. But the other thing I need to point out, that I also pay attention to stupid things like smoking. And none of my founders smoke. Just sounds stupid, but for me it makes sense. But so divorce and smoking, I don't know how they connect, but anyways.
Yes. Probably there's a correlation. Yes, Margus, you have a huge portfolio, so I'm sure there's like 100 business challenges every day, and like active challenges all of the time. And have you found kind of patterns?
So when I was in university and then finished it, there was one speech someone gave, and it's really like end of university, and then the guy said, "Truth is grey." And only like many years later, I started to think about it. That every rule we create, that this is high probability, this is the right selection, this is a methodology, that is example of opposite. So I guess some smokers have been successful in business as well, but it just tells that most probably truth is grey. I know one fund in US, when they go through the hard questions like traction and growth and so on, then suddenly one partner would ask from the founder, "And your mother loves you?" And then looking at reactions. So and that's like creative, and I wonder how to build the correlation now. What is the response and what is the success rate later? But there is also something, as I described also earlier, we are looking for partnerships, and then potentially taking investor on board. You might have, our team is 4 people at the moment. You might take 4 people additionally on board whose brain you can use or not. And then we are looking very much for openness to discuss together and to see if there is more potential. And if it's only money that the founder wants, then it can be success, but it's probably not us as investor in that company. So we try to understand the openness, and there is also something that makes you wonder. It's kind of responsibility to understand if for that particular founder, building a growth company is not a too hard task that might cause too much suffering for a particular person. and it goes into many are willing to do it, not many are capable of doing it, and for many it's a cause of a lot of pain and a lot of suffering, a lot of challenges, and it's a good question: should investors fund startups where it might cause a lot of human problems, or there is a potential like challenges opportunity? We invested in one company where during the DD process, one of the competitors came out to is getting to 50 million revenues, and it might sound initially like a threat, right? Your competitors is already at 50 million and then doing quite the same, and the founder was, wow, it took them so long time. so you see that the business challenge is not the pain or fear or anxiety, but it's a kind of opportunity, it's energy, it's creativity that comes out from the challenge. And investors should be more responsible for backing people who have these characters, versus potentially backing and demanding, in later stage, investors getting much more tougher. And then I have been myself mental coach for some founders where, C&T round investors join, and it's a different world. So we should be very careful in making decisions on the soft values, which in a way are significantly more important than the hard criteria.
This is very interesting to hear, because I guess that's not what people would expect from out of an investor. So and I'm kind of very glad to hear it, and definitely hope that this will kind of also be true for later rounds, as you said. But on that, and that's also our last question today, is that do you somehow, either of you, test founders for these, let's say, personality traits or soft values? So there's a lot of tests, like personal PI index, and there's DISC tests, and there's many of those, which try to kind of measure, for example, if the person is good fit for the position they are in the company, and also kind of what is the team dynamics. So do you believe in these tests? And are you using one, or would you use one? So Margus and then Pasi.
Yeah, so we don't use these type of tests, and then maybe from experience seeing that when I was CEO for energy infrastructure company here in Estonia, it was 1,000 people, and we tested all line managers and seniors, and there was one young manager who went through the management potential test, and the outcome was, the consultants told me that you can do with this guy whatever you want, but he's not the manager, he's not the leader, so never make him manager. And you know what, he's right now the CEO of that company, doing incredibly good job. So after that, I'm kind of skeptical what these tests can tell you. And what I see most as a kind of prediction for good outcome is being honest to yourself, which is super tricky topic. We lie to ourselves like 200 times per day, subconsciously, consciously, we cheat ourselves and so on. And the more honest you can be to yourself, the better decisions, the more clarity you have in mind, the less conflicts you have, the less challenges you have, the more solutions you have in a way. And it takes a lot of time to train to get honest. I know one person who made a blog post after 2 years and like trying every day not to lie and telling how it goes over time. And it has a very significant impact. And if we see that the person is it sounds like the person is honest to him herself, then we are reasonably excited.
Thank you. That was a very nice closing remark, Pasi. So
yes, I can just shortly say that I once learned from the from a music friend of mine, that he said that never close a deal before getting drunk with that person. So I actually haven't applied that too much, but in the early stage as an investor, I actually did. So and we actually took off for a short trip to just find out what he's made of. So I don't believe in the tests that much, but I believe in the other people that reflect on my behalf. Also the personality of the potential startup founder.
Okay, so as I understand, smoking not good, drinking good.
You might put it that way. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you, guys, so much. I guess we could talk for 3 hours, going a bit more philosophical with each step, but unfortunately we're out of time. So Richard, word goes back to you, and thank you, Margus, so much. Thank you, Pasi, so much for joining today. And yes, I'm going to use, Margus, your words and finish with. But I think the biggest challenge indeed is being honest to yourself in life in general. So thank you, guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Aleksander and Pasi and Margus from Estonia and Finland, talking about how you match founders, investors on soft values. I think it's really inspiring on how this part of the Nordics actually like to take it a little bit further. We can learn here from the western part of the Nordics, and whether it's to be honest on yourself or maybe drink a little bit more, I don't know, but it was a very inspiring and great conversation there. Coming up at 4:50 p.m. we will talk about something totally different, because we know with this challenge we have in the world and the green transitions, we talk very much about reducing CO2 and transform our energy systems and a lot of other things. But what about life science? How can life science play a role in the green transition as technology, as products, or as an industry as such? If you're interested in that, and I guess you are, be back at 4:50, because we will introduce some good people that have a lot of insights in that industry. So see you soon. Hi there, and welcome back to Nordic Impact Business Summit, sending live stream here from Copenhagen. It's almost 5 o'clock. We've been doing this all the day. But listen, talking about green transition, we talk very much about reducing CO2, change our energy system and other things. But what about life science? What is the burning platform there? And how can that, by technology, products, and also as an industry, help us transition to a greener society and world? We have some good people here that like to take us on a journey and discussion into that area. So I'm leaving it here for you and introduce the moderator, Frederik van Deurs from Green Innovation Group. Frederik, good to have you here.
Thank you, Richard. Really glad to be here. So as Richard said, my name is Frederik. I'm the CEO of Green Innovation Group. We're an innovation consultancy advising large public and corporate organizations on how to take part in the green transition. And this year in 2020, we have done 2 major projects. One of them has been an accelerator with Novo Nordisk in order to find new circular technologies for Novo Nordisk to implement into their production. And then secondary, we've been running an advisory project for the Green Future Fund, which is a 25 billion Danish kroner fund that will invest in the green transition. So for me personally, life science has taken up quite a lot of my mental space in the year 2020, mostly because of this engagement that we have had with Novo Nordisk. And on that note, I'm really happy to welcome here in the studio Andrea and Ole.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andrea representing Novo Nordisk and Ole representing GoPen. And with us online, we have Franziska and Robert. So a pleasure to have you all here. I would like to start off with a brief round of introduction so we know who's in the room, and I think it's fair to start with the online participants, so I hope you gentlemen won't mind. But maybe go ladies first, and Franziska, if you will tell us a few lines about yourself and what brings you here and what turns you on about impact investments in the life science space.
Sure. So first of all, thank you very much for the kind introduction and the kind invitation. For us, it's a great pleasure to be part of the event. So I work for Founding Ventures, and we're sort of a different company because we represent family offices that come both from Europe and actually from South America. And these family offices, they came together because they realized they had an interest in common. And basically, they wanted to make investments that had impact, but that weren't necessarily sacrificing any returns. So we're not talking about philanthropy, we're talking about impact investing with real returns. And they started by focusing in life sciences. And the reason for that is that they saw that there was a very clear impact in terms of health, in terms of treating patients. And so they started making a few investments, I think about 3-4 years ago, and somewhere along the line, they decided to basically bring efforts together, create a team that would help them source for new opportunities here in Europe mostly, evaluate them, and then we, the team, are responsible for bringing back to them those investments that we find really interesting, that we find that are aligned with their cause, and with the sort of areas where they want to see more impact. Now, we look at companies in terms of impact more from the health perspective, and I think that brings sort of a different topic for the discussion today. And we take into consideration a lot of the healthcare system and how patients will benefit from certain therapies. But I think life sciences, as we will discuss here today, has actually a much broader potential impact that will span across other fields.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Franziska. And I think that's actually a pretty nice segue into what brings you into the room, Ole. So can you please tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about GoPen?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Ole Nielsen. I'm the CEO of GoPen. GoPen is a company that was started in 2019. Our ambition is to make medicines and make affordable care for people everywhere. So our first product is insulin pen, which which we aim to make affordable as using syringes. And the team is consisting of me. I have 10 years background from, or actually 15 years background from the healthcare industry. I started out in Coloplast. I was the medical director when I left Coloplast, and left to be in charge of sustainability, international sustainability in Novo Nordisk, where I had the role of going out to countries and understanding what are the needs of people in different countries. And I have been doing work in China, in Bangladesh, in India, in Indonesia, in a long range of countries, and basically saw how much can actually be done with innovation in these places. That's where we are now. We have IP, and we've started up a company that are now actually developing a product that will be affordable for everybody.
Very nice, thank you. And
yeah,
is this product out in the market? Are people using it yet?
No, we're still at least 1.5 years from market yet. We're doing usability tests right now in collaboration with a very large NGO called Médecins Sans Frontières, and we will be doing those studies to find out how does the product work? Are the things we need to change, and a little bit in how people will use it in every day. But that's the stage where we are right now. So,
excellent.
And yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Ole.
Thank you.
And really interesting to hear that there's something like this going on in the world, and that the trials are going, I suppose, according to plan. Let's transition over to Robert. You're also an entrepreneur, and I know you quite well from the time you've spent in Copenhagen. I hope that you will soon have an opportunity to come back here. But Robert, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and about Genesis, and why you're here as a material producer in a debate about life science?
Yeah, definitely. And it's great to see some familiar faces as well. So we are a Toronto-based company in Canada, about 20 people. At Genesis, what we essentially do is we design bacteria to transform organic waste into biodegradable bioplastics. So in our perspective, waste is really the new oil, because we can use waste as a source to produce all of the chemicals and materials of the future. Globally, we produce over 1.3 billion tons of organic waste, and current waste infrastructure only captures a very, very small fraction of this value, less than 1%. So we use waste currently to make compost and low-value biogas. But by leveraging biotechnology, we can create outputs that are up to 10 or 100 times more valuable than the existing waste infrastructure outputs. And by doing so, we can solve immense challenges. And one is the global plastics problem. Right now, we're working to upcycle organic waste to make these biodegradable bioplastics called PHAs. And they have the exact same functionalities as petroleum plastics, but will break down in nature in under a year. So we're really killing two birds with one stone by upcycling waste and making that industry more profitable, but also kickstarting this transformation of the material space to make more sustainable materials and chemicals of the future. And just to tack on to that, we're also starting to work with Novo Nordisk. Obviously, you all know that company very well, but as a big pharma company, they do produce waste from the production of medicines. So we're looking for opportunities of how can we upcycle that waste into something that's valuable and usable within their existing business.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. So that was just the segue that I was looking for. You're making my life very easy as moderator right now. So let's pass the ball to Andrea. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and maybe a little bit about the work that you have been doing through your role in Novo Nordisk with Genesis?
Sure. Well, Andrea from Novo Nordisk. I currently work in the area that's called Device and Delivery Systems. And what we are looking into specifically nowadays in Novo Nordisk is how can we transition to a world where we have zero impact. And throughout this process, of course, we have to look into a lot of aspects, that being the production of our drugs or the production of our devices, as well as the life cycle of our devices. Currently, Novo Nordisk produces around 550 million of insulin pens every year. And these are mainly composed by plastics. That's the first big component. As of today, we are not using bioplastic. We're using oil-based plastics. So last year, well, early this year actually, when we engaged with the Green Innovation Group, we started looking into what are the possibilities that we have to transition into the use of bioplastics. We looked into different alternatives, different startups and technologies, and we ran this accelerator. That's where we met Robert from Genesis, and Genesis was the winner of the Innovation Challenge, and we are currently still collaborating with them to try to upcycle the waste coming out from the production. So it's a pretty exciting project that I'm really grateful to be a part of.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to throw the ball back to everybody and start discussing when we're looking at the life science industry. We're actually looking at an industry that has a tremendous potential for impact. Maybe not as much through the actual business as in how is the businesses impacting the entire globe. I mean, life science is about improving lives and improving the quality of life of the patients. But what is the potential to actually leverage the impact that the life science as a sector, as an industry inherently has by influencing other industries? So I'd love to hear from all of you what your perspective is on this, and maybe we can do our ladies first and start off with you, Franziska. How you mentioned a little bit before that you were seeing it primarily as something that is impactful from a patient health and patient-centric perspective, but how do you see your potential to leverage that impact into other sectors and other industries?
Yeah. So I think as in many other areas, life sciences as a field still needs to incorporate very much the impact as one of its main evaluation pillars. So, for example, today it's still needed to define specific impact metrics, and that can be used as a solid investment methodology. I'm speaking from an investor's perspective. And I believe that the professionals in this sector are finally starting to pay attention and really trying to translate their work into tangible measures of impact. But I believe that we're still in the early days. So for example, from our perspective as family offices, not only do we invest directly into startups, but we also invest into funds. And basically with every single venture capital fund that we've talked here in Europe, we have seen only in very few funds the discussion coming up of what is the impact of your investments? How are the companies that you're investing in translating into impact? And I see that this angle is missing many times from entrepreneurs, but also from these VC funds. And I believe that if we start bringing up this conversation with the funds, we as LPs, in the case of private investors, this is a first step to raise their awareness that this should be brought into the conversation. And I believe that in turn, as a consequence, VCs will start to also ask the companies that they invest in to really show how their technology is translating into impact. But I think that the conversation in our case as investors needs to start from there, start asking people for those measures and start asking them to really evaluate their technology and their potential, which at the moment is not done. But on the other hand, I think life sciences as a field is really well positioned to become a lead example of how impact does not, for example, translate into lower returns. Because it's a field where it's very easy to see the impact that the technology has and the returns are there. So I think life sciences should become an example to other fields to really demonstrate that impact needs to be incorporated.
Excellent, thank you. And that was basically latching on to one of the things that I had hoped we would start discussing now. So you're touching upon this really relevant point about whose responsibility is it to actually report on the impact potential. And when we're dealing with entrepreneurs, we have two really talented and seasoned entrepreneurs in the room with excellent business cases that are showing a lot of promise. However, as of today, their impact respectively will be minuscule. So what kind of model are you looking at? Are you looking at trying to predict what will the impact be if we capture the market shares we are hoping to capture in 5 or 10 years, and then sort of doing an LCA on that product from there. What methodology would you suggest that these entrepreneurs should employ when trying to communicate their potential for impact to investors and to clients?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we tend to invest in early stage companies, so we're very used to companies that still are not yet in the market, don't have yet sales, and so on. That's the model that we work with. So we always base ourselves, of course, on the potential. So we want to see, okay, this technology fully realized, what is the potential that it can have once it reaches the market? And that's how we work. Let's say that our investors are used to that model and they're not scared of the fact that these are early stage companies. But we work under the premise that one day, once the technologies reach the market, they will have a very clear impact, and we want to understand how that impact will translate in our case into patients' lives, but it can be also in other fields.
Excellent, thank you. And then I think it could be interesting to pass the ball to the two entrepreneurs in the room and hear your thoughts about how do you see your responsibility in communicating and measuring your impact. And I'd love to start with you, Ole, on how you see it.
I think it's an integral part of our DNA. It's an integral part of if you want to have a dialogue with some of the nice investors. There are many investors, and as a startup company, you should consider yourself lucky if you have people that are interested in impact, and ours do, and that's really nice. We can go out and tell them if people, for instance, in the US used our product instead of their current practice, we can save some $10 billion yearly. And that's not just me coming up with numbers. That's a consultancy company doing health economic analysis. And one of the things in the pharmaceutical and the medical device industry is that compared to all other industries, we have to be held accountable for what are the impact of that product, because that relates back to the price. And therefore, you can find actually most or all companies, they would be able to account for how many lives, how much money will this product save. Elsewise, it's hard to get a sale and to get good deals with the government on this. So if, for instance, you came up with a coronavirus that didn't work, you probably wouldn't pay for it because it needs to save some lives here. And that's the business that healthcare is in, and that's why it is easy for healthcare and and health tech to come up with numbers like this, because otherwise you don't have a business.
But I suppose that there's also an element of compliance here, right? Because we hold the life science industry at large to a very high standard of transparency and reporting. So I suppose that there's also an angle there that if a life science company is saying something as an official statement, then you can be relatively certain that that is well documented, it is well researched, because they, as we say in Danish, they're going to get their asses in a comedy if something is not coherent or compliant. So thanks a lot for that input.
Everything you say is regulated. When the product is on the market, whatever you say has data behind to show that you can do that. Elsewise, you will get that directly back in your face, and you will basically get in trouble. So it is also about not being in trouble. This sector is about making sure that the products are safe, and that if you claim some certain degree of safety, that you deliver it. So it's important.
For sure, and it's already part of your investor pitch, I suppose, that there is this impact potential in it. But passing the ball to you, Robert, how are you guys communicating your potential for impact in a future where Genesis has grown out of the proportions that you are at this stage, which I'm quite certain will happen. But how do you communicate that to externals?
Sure. So the biggest challenge right now is that externalities are not priced into the current model. If you look at basically any space, the plastic space, for example, the fossil fuels that are taken from the ground, transported, processed, end up in the oceans or the environment, impacting our food system and our health. You look at intensive agriculture, where things are running off into waterways. Our animals are being injected with steroids and hormones and whatnot, and our breeding grounds in these contained environments for global diseases, as an example. All of these externalities are not priced into the current model, into the economic model. So that's one challenge we have to overcome. But I think the world is really waking up when it comes to the effects of our current system and why we have to transition. I definitely think biomanufacturing is the future, whether that's for food purposes or for materials and chemicals. If you look at COVID-19 as an example, it really demonstrated the fragility of global supply chains and value chains. And when the world basically shut down over the past several months, it was very hard to get items that were sourced from abroad, like China, Asia. So local production, on-demand production, being able to produce things and repatriate manufacturing locally will definitely be the future to mitigate all forms of risk. One way we've approached this question, as you mentioned, about scalability and impact at scale at Genesis is kind of twofold. The first one is by using waste as an input, we're able to reduce our cost of production. So instead of using agricultural inputs, which most synbio companies use to make materials and chemicals, we use waste. And that already, we're getting paid to take that waste, or the waste is cost zero. Another way is we plan to integrate with existing infrastructure. So instead of building our own facilities, which are extremely capital intensive, we plan to work with existing partners in the space, such as Novo Nordisk or different waste companies that concentrate materials into one location. And so all of these networks are already built. We could just simply attach to those spaces and scale very quickly, as opposed to having to build each additional factory one by one. So those are the different approaches we're taking to how we can actually create impact at scale.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Robert. I think you're touching upon 2 points that I find quite interesting. One of them is centralization of impact, and the other one is the decentralization of production and the decentralization of treatment as well, which is something where I at least personally see a huge potential for radical innovation and radical development in the way that we are living right now, where we're seeing decentralized systems, decentralized workforce. It's actually working surprisingly well compared to the situation that we're in, that people are able to do remote teams and distributed workforces, etc. But first, on the point of centralization, I think there is something quite interesting you can do when you have grown big enough, which Novo Nordisk has, and releasing something like the Circular for Zero strategy. You can also start placing demands on your sub-suppliers. And that's one thing that we have seen recently, that Novo Nordisk was out asking all sub-suppliers to commit to renewable energy consumption, for instance. So we were actually asked, what is the energy mix that we have as a sub-supplier to Novo Nordisk? And we're a consultancy, so we're in a shared office space, and I'd never pay an energy bill. So I had to call the office space and say, hey, what kind of energy are we actually using? Because I have a client now that's demanding that we run 100% on renewable energy, which we luckily did already, so it didn't pose too much of a challenge for me. But I just imagine that for all of the suppliers out there that are suddenly being put to the test, whereas you can also say the volume on the flex pen is actually not that high in the global plastic waste perspective. But if a huge solution provider is going out in the market and saying, now we demand that everyone who's supplying us with something will do it in the right way, there I think there's a huge lever for impact. Do you have any thoughts on that when you're sitting on the other side of the table?
Yeah, I mean, it's true that our specific company is probably a small company compared to the overall size of all industry all around the world, right? But within our industry, we have a considerable size. Yeah. And with that comes the responsibility of looking at the future. Novo Nordisk has always been in the forefront of sustainability. We also have the case of although working in the past with some other aspects, but you know, with the great power comes great responsibility, and so we did this brave move of starting demanding from suppliers and starting going out there. Okay, we want to change, and either you do that or you have a regulation that comes into place. Otherwise, there will not be such an incentive. You know, you have great companies like Genesis working with trying to change the world for the better, but they're a small fish. And if they don't start working with big companies, then the amount of change they can create, it will be minimal, right? Yeah. So you need a bigger player to take the action. And one thing that I really love about Novo Nordisk is that we take the action first. So we've been one of the first in the industry to declare that we were gonna embrace this journey towards zero impact. There will be other companies, there will be hopefully regulations that will dictate even further. But you need to be looking for what the future is bringing.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And Ola, I have a feeling that you had something to supplement with there.
Yeah, maybe. I think one of the biggest impacts that a healthcare industry has, of course, working with your suppliers and changing, if you like, the modus operandus and the what actually they need to do to be able to be suppliers, I think is fantastic. And that's a really, really big impact for society. But it is on the products. It is on the value, the health improvements that are delivered. It is on the products that are changing people's lives and making them do stuff they couldn't before. And Corona is just proving every day how important that is. But that's where I think the biggest impact is, and that's where we should also make sure that we don't sort of forget what is actually the main impact that these companies have, and try to expand that. And that's I know it's a subject a little later, making sure that everybody gets access to this, and that's at least that's a key point for me.
Yeah, and thanks for contributing with that. And I think this is actually a pretty nice segue into the other thing I wanted to talk about, which is the decentralization. So one thing that we can see now following the COVID-19 crisis is also that decentralization is going to be a parameter for competition. If you're able to deal with a decentralized production, you're probably going to be somewhat better off if you can distribute things out into smaller production facilities or local production facilities or independent and autonomous units. So I'm actually curious to hear also from you, Franziska, when you're looking at a case, how has the COVID-19 crisis, has that changed anything in the way that you're regarding sort of technologies that are dependent on centralized systems and healthcare models? Or are you seeing a change into things that can be deployed sort of more independent of existing structures?
Yeah, so I think the quickest change that we have observed is really the capacity and the ability of teams to work remotely and to really adapt to the situation. I think that this type of consequences will happen in time. So I don't think that it will end now. I think over 2021 and possibly 2022 as well, we'll start to see how companies actually adapt and change their business model as well. Even before COVID, we started to see already some companies adopting this way of working because they saw advantages. And I think that what COVID is going to do is just accelerate that change. This is something that, honestly, before COVID, we were not necessarily paying that much attention to or necessarily prioritizing it in a way. We saw it as another business model. I think now it's becoming really clear that that's the way to go, and that's where towards the world is changing. So yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot more companies adapting in that direction.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm also curious to hear your thoughts on this, Ole, because your entire business model is about access.
Yeah.
So maybe you can elaborate a little bit, and for all of us that are illiterate in how the insulin drug is actually delivered to the patient, can you walk us through the case? Why is this a problem, and why is the syringe on the market in the first place, and maybe also elaborate a little bit on the difference between a pen and a syringe?
Yes, of course. Insulin is actually these years celebrating 100 years on the market. So it's 100 years ago that it was invented on Halloween night. It was actually invented this year, 100 years ago. Wow. And at that time, the first that got it was a dog in 1920, and that dog was injected with a syringe. And the syringe was basically the main way of ensuring that people got the right amount of insulin into their body until maybe in the beginning of the 80s. Mm-hmm. At that time, the pen treatment was put on the market. And that meant that the patient didn't have to sort of sit and pull out a small dose of insulin and then inject it every time they had to do it. Mm-hmm. They could read on a pen, dial what they needed, and then treat themselves. Those pens comes in two, if you like, variety, two options. One that where you put in a cartridge and then you have a pen, or a pen which you use for 7 days and throw away. So the advantage of the syringes, which are used by many poor people, like 13 million people around the world, is that they can use the insulin that they have access to. It's basically an open source model. Uh-huh. And whereas the others are more locked in. The pharmaceutical companies want to lock these devices in and sell their own drug, which makes sense. That's their business. And so the advantages of the open and the closed, that's what we are sort of combining in our solution. So we give people the option and the freedom to select the insulin that they can get a hold of at the price that they are willing to pay, and that's often very little.
Yeah, and this is sort of tying into the inequality that being exposed to diabetes is typically something that it's not hitting at an even distribution. We're seeing poor populations being more exposed to developing diabetes. So there's also an entire matter of how is this insured, how is it financed by the patient. But can you now you've spoken a bit about the American market where there's a huge potential there for changing into something else, and I think this entire problem of having access to the drug is actually one very concrete side of the problem. Yeah. But another one is also how is it changing your life when you're living with a chronic disease like diabetes, and you have to every day orchestrate your entire life around having a syringe around, having the drug around, being in a state, and I suppose also not being in a car when you have to measure out, how much of the drug am I going to take, etc. Yeah. So I was wondering if you can involve a little bit of sort of what kind of inequality is this creating? Is that something that you're evaluating in your work?
Well, I'm working together with a large NGO, and they have released a video last year where they demonstrate how a boy this is in, I think it's in Kampala, and this boy, he walks 3 kilometers every morning and every night because he cannot afford to buy insulin for a whole day. So he comes, gets his shot and go home again. And so he buys insulin by the shot. A lot of people on this planet are doing that. And so he has to think about organizing, not only sort of pulling out insulin and all that, but he has to walk there 3 kilometers to the clinic, get the shot and go home again. And a lot of people are doing that, unfortunately, especially on the base of the pyramid, because we know that when people are poor, they eat starch, they eat oil, and they eat salt. And when they get a little more money, they eat more of it. Mm-hmm. And that's not good for your health. And that's why this, as you rightly said, if you like, diseases like NCDs, they grow excessively in amongst this population that we're talking about, and it's really devastating to see, and that's at least where we say, can we come up with solutions where people get access to modern technologies without having to pay excessively for that? And that's our vision, and that's what we want to do.
And still, there has to be a business case in there,
yeah.
right? So this is what is also really interesting for everyone here who's interested in impact investment, that when we're looking at these business opportunities, Franziska, how do you assess the impact versus return on investment? Do you have any qualitative or quantitative measures that you're looking at? Because I guess they will not be ESG compliant, the companies that you're evaluating.
Yeah, I actually have a great example to follow on the conversation. One of our portfolio companies has, they come from Vienna University, and they developed a vaccine. And this vaccine basically protects against two types of bacteria infections, Shigella and E. coli. And these bacteria together, they're responsible for more than 50% of all the cases of diarrhea around the globe. And the vaccine itself was developed thinking about the impact that it will have on developing countries. So basically, in developing countries, we're talking about Africa, South Asia, more than 500,000 of children under 5 years of age die every year because they have too many episodes of diarrhea, they become dehydrated, there's cases of malnutrition, and either they die or they have stunted growth. And this has consequences locally, of course, because these new generations don't develop as they should. They have problems at school and so on. So this has major consequences for the countries and locally. But this vaccine was developed with this amazing potential. Now, it still needs to become attractive for investors. And of course, those countries cannot necessarily pay the same amount for the vaccine. So what this company has done is identified secondary markets that can actually pay for the vaccine and become attractive for investors and eventually for an acquirer. So for example, apart from these developing countries, this vaccine can be extremely interesting for travelers before going to all these countries that we love to travel to, because this way they can avoid having a case of diarrhea when they travel and they eat something. And then there's also the military market that travels to those locations and, needs to be in good health and so on. So this is a strategy that we see for this company, to have a major impact, but at the same time, still be attractive and have a business case that actually works.
Thank you for elaborating on that. That was a really interesting case to learn more from. I'm getting a signal that we're just about to run out of time. So if any of you have a final remark, please do a sign or raise your hand or something so we have a chance of knowing. I'd like to thank all of you for participating today and to bring very interesting angles to the table, and Robert all the way from Canada. I'm actually not sure where you are, Franziska. Where are you calling in from?
Barcelona.
Barcelona, excellent. And from the rest of us here in Copenhagen, thank you so much for participating and for watching. Thank you, Richard, and the One Initiative for having us here and for having this inspiring debate. I learned a lot today from sharing this three quarters of an hour with you people, and I hope that for you in the audience, you had the same experience. There is a huge impact here, potential for impact. And we are seeing that a lot of good people are putting a lot of time and money into this space. So I'm very confident that we are also going to see a harvesting of these low-hanging fruits in the coming years, where we will see a higher and higher focus on impact in businesses, but also breaking down the dichotomy between having a great business case and having a great impact case. And I think to a higher and higher degree, we're going to see that the high impact case is also the good impact case, the good business case. Good business is about being green. It is about having a positive impact on your surrounding environment. And the business as usual that we have been looking at in the past since industrialization, I don't think that it will continue, and I don't think we have much proof that it will continue for another 200 years. So the winners of this century are definitely going to be the ones that are focused on value creation and focused on having a positive impact on the social and global environment at large. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Talking about life science and how that can affect the green transition. So thank you very much to Frederik and Francesca and Robert and Ole and Andrea for that. We're about to wrap up here at the Nordic Impact Business Summit. So I'll say, imagine an internet of impact, full of data that actually can show how we move towards a sustainable future. And how do we actually measure and manage impact? That's the next session here at 5:40. Wrap up and looking ahead. But wait a second, we also have a surprise because we have a launch also of a new online product, an impact index. So stay tuned, we'll be back in 10 minutes for wrap up and looking ahead for 2021 and beyond. Hello and welcome back to Nordic Impact Business Summit, streaming here live from Copenhagen. This is actually the wrap-up of the day. It's been a long day and we have a lot of interesting conversations, I think, around impact investing, and a lot of other things. So we like to look ahead. What's in 2021 and what's beyond for impact, technologies, startups, investing. So starting off here, with me in the sofa here, I have Sissel Hansen.
Hey, Richard.
From Startup Guide.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have you here today because we have a surprise to start with. It's actually a launch.
It's a launch.
Tell us about it and show us a little bit so
Sure.
the viewers can have a look on what you're actually launching today.
Sure. So basically, Startup Guide is a company that was founded in 2014 with the mission on empowering more people to become entrepreneurs around the world. And we've been doing this by creating content and guidebooks for people to start their own business. And around 2 years ago, we started having a bigger focus on impact, not looking at, that any kind of business would be good, but looking at what kind of businesses would be good. And I think this has been also our responsibility as a media company to take the responsibility of sharing the stories and changing the narrative of what good business actually is.
Uh-huh.
And what we decided to do was several different things, but one of the things we kept looking at was like, where is these companies? How do they look like? What is the nature of them? For a very long time, we have always focused on businesses who, grow fast, they scale fast, they raise a lot of money, and potentially they sell off. And I think what we start realizing when we start focusing on impact is that these companies looks a little different. And behave a little different as well. So what we created was actually an index over these startups, and we set out to say, can we rank and measure impact of a very young company? Exciting. For a very long time, you have been trying to do that for bigger companies that have years of track records and reporting. And for young companies, this is more difficult. So we created an assessment process that could actually, where we actually already used what the assessment tools that was in place, hereby also IMP, that we will hear more about later on. Of course, the SDGs, the ESGs, and the economic factors as well. We looked at the transparency level of the startup, the risk, and we're able to create an index of the first 200 startups here in the Nordics that we looked at. That's cool. With the help from Impact Plus from Danske Bank on their website. They helped us with sourcing parts of the data. And then we basically looked through and trying to see who was the most impactful startups. And as you can see here, we have gathered around 200. They are from everywhere in the Nordics. And one of the main ideas of doing this was to say, can you somehow look at a company from a different perspective than just the financial aspects and the growth aspects? So we created some different archetypes that I will get back to in a second. But this is actually how a profile of a company looks like, describing which archetype it is, the SDGs, the value proposition, the outcome, the innovation. But then when you go further down, you can actually look into both the transparency level and what company they are, if they're A, B, and C company from the IMP measures, and the ESG as well. And this is like a first beginning of looking at a company from a different perspective and trying to set some kind of a standardization of, is there a standardization of impact? We, in the beginning, thought we could actually rank, so like, let's say 1 to 500. But it's very difficult to do that because impact can, to a certain extent, be very subjective. So instead, we created different archetypes, which is basically the idea came from that the 16 personality tests that you as a person can take, can answer a big questionnaire, and that basically would put you into a different type of person, right? And we all know that this is more complex than that. But this is our first take on saying, can you somehow categorize these companies in the nature of how they behave, the innovation, the scale, who the beneficiaries are, the risk level, how mature they are, how much they raise, and so on. So I would let people deep into this. They can look at the full methodology and the full assessment as well. And what we're also going to try to do is trying to put the focus on the whole impact ecosystem, as you guys are a big part of as well. So we're gonna use our skills of storytellers. So we're gonna create a lot of stories of the companies we have on the platform, of the investors, of the community, and so on. So that we also are gonna use this as a storytelling tool. And in the end of the day, what is the whole vision with the Impact Index is both to standardize, to a certain extent, impact also for startups, connect them with the right partners and potential investors, and being part of changing the narrative of what a good business is.
How great, and congratulations
Thank
with
you
that.
very much.
Just shortly, where is the address for this so people can jump into it already tonight?
Yeah, sure. It's basically called impactindex.startupguide.com.
All right, so we'll have to check that all the night then.
Exactly.
But now we also have Mike McCreeless from Impact Management Project in Boston. And we also have Carl H. Richter calling in from Berlin, because we are trying to make a wrap up here and look a little bit into how we manage and measure impact. So hello to you, how are you guys?
Doing well, thank you, and enjoying the day.
And what about you, Carl?
Very well, thank you, and great to see you again, and congratulations, this is still on the launch. It's looking good.
Yeah.
Nice. So I think we jump directly into this, and Mike, a little bit, you're working with the Impact Management Project, which is like a global force after a few years for actually trying to standardize and get a common perspective, maybe a common language for impact. So tell us a little bit on, so how do you actually manage and measure impact?
It's such a great question. And thank you for the opportunity to be here and be part of this terrific event. I think the foundational point for us is that when we talk about impact, it's from the experience of the people who experience it. It's from the perspective of the people who experience the impact. So, you know, for many years, we always assumed that any business is good business, and business is a force for good. But we would look only within the walls of the business to understand its financial performance, and things that are outside of the scope of the business, we call them externalities. And when we talk about impact, we're taking those things that were previously externalities and we're going out to the people and understanding what are they experiencing, and then bringing them back inside the walls of the business and into the investment decision too. And so this raises this fascinating question about data. Where do you get the data, and how do you know if the data is good, and so forth? Now, because this is a new practice for many organizations, the tendency is to either focus at the very, very, very general level and just talk about impact in a very general sense, or to talk in very, very, very specific terms about very specific impact measures, like number of people reached, or the income level, very, very detailed granular measures. And it's been hard to translate between those two levels. What the IMP did is, through a process of building consensus with thousands of businesses and investors over the last few years, is to build a bridge between those two levels, the very general and the very specific. What do we talk about when we talk about impact? And what we heard from the practitioners is that impact has 5 dimensions. It's what happens, what is the type of impact? To whom does that impact happen? How important is it to them? How much of the impact happens? What is the risk that the positive impacts don't happen or the negative impacts do happen? And then what is the contribution of the enterprise to that impact? And these 5 dimensions provide an interstitial layer to help us get more granular than just talking about impact in very general terms, but not lost in the details of this metric or that metric, so that we can begin to communicate and allocate capital in a consistent way across different countries, different sectors, different types of businesses, and begin to compare different types of impact in a more standardized way.
And I'll see. So it's both like methodology and maybe also language in one. So how do you think that this can actually increase the focus on impact investing and even allocate more capital for sustainable solutions?
It's a great question, and the wonderful thing is that we already see it happening. So I think of, we already have this language for finance, right? And even as a, retail investor, if you want to set up a retirement account, your mutual fund or your brokerage will ask you some questions, a quick survey about your risk preferences and so forth, and then it will help you determine the investments that will be suitable for your retirement portfolio. But there's already this infrastructure and language to help match investors with the right investments for them in terms of financial risk and return. The hope is that with these additional dimensions of impact, we can do the same thing with impact, so that we could ask, what are your preferences for the people and planet for impact as an investor? Then identify the businesses that are creating that type of impact, so that you can allocate your capital more efficiently and more effectively to the businesses that meet your preferences, not just for financial risk and return, but for impact as well.
I'll see. I'm turning to you, Carl, now. I mean, if this is what's happening in development throughout the world, how do you see on all that data floating around on measurements and ratings and so on? Where are we heading there to actually be able to collect that data and kind of make it available for both companies and investors, but maybe also politicians and regulators to have new policies and change in the world?
Yeah, there's still a lot of challenges in that sphere. I think a lot of people who have been trying to capture impact data will probably resonate with the fact that there's a lot of survey fatigue involved. It's often a very painful exercise. It's a very laborious exercise to gather the data. Often once the data have been captured, the data are very inconsistent. They're duplicated. It takes a long time for them to come together and for us to see a collective picture. And a lot of that is down to the fact that we're still evolving common reporting standards. And if we think back to the world of financial accounting, it took a while before there were globally accepted reporting standards. And we're going through that phase now where we're establishing those standards. So the work that Mike was talking about, the example that Zissel showed, we're seeing every year a tremendous evolution and change, but yet it's still very difficult for us to see that collective picture and to be able to have a dashboard and be able to roll up the information that is relevant to assess our collective actions as global citizens, both individuals, people, but also as corporations. And I think that's where we're going to see the next focus, which is how do we provide clearer signals? And by we, as you say, regulators, policymakers, legislators, how do we provide clear signals about what kind of data each company should be collecting and reporting? And personally, I would love for us to get to a place where, when we go shopping and we have our grocery bill and we see the price at the bottom and it's all itemized, every item is listed with a price. I'd like us to be able to see impact data as a total and also itemized, so that we can look at every aspect of what we're buying or investing in and understand the impact as it's relevant to what we've just done.
Wow, that's a big task, I imagine. We'll get back a little bit to that later. So I'm turning to you, Zissel, again.
Yeah.
You're actually launching here an index, and you work with some different archetypes and you see profiles on those companies, and that is probably a start. But you also see that we need to have more tangible data on the companies to perform. How do you reckon that?
I think it comes a lot with the demand as well from the investor side, for example, right? I think that more and more startups are also seeing that that the investors are starting to also kind of demand that you can become a very good company, but you also have to show where you're making your contribution or where you potentially have risk of negative impact or positive impact. So I think it's basically the whole supply chain is starting to demand this, and I think that Carl is very right when he says that we need to start having some kind of standardization of what kind of data people and companies need to start providing. what is still so complex is that, you know, it's still to a certain extent subjective, right? And from our perspective, this is of course a certain also a trust, where you would have to have a trust in that the data that people are delivering, because it's not necessarily just a number, is correct. And I think we have also talked, you and me, about this, right? A lot. Is like, how can we create this trust of that companies are actually delivering the data correctly, that we, as for example an index or who else, needs to assess their potential impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right about that. It's not only about accountability, it's also maybe a little bit of reliability, because we know that with a digital world, data travels fast, and it's easy to also manipulate data. We know that from many different parts of life. So I'm turning back to you, Mike, on this. So if this where we're going with data, and actually have accurate data, and that is not only accountable but also reliable somehow, how do you see that that will take on for next year or into the future, and what is actually IMP playing a role in that?
I think that's exactly right, and I would very much agree with Cecil. My observation is that it's a very exciting time, because we're just at the transition from a world in which there is not enough data, and the data was of poor quality, that it was essentially not useful. We were in the land of everything being qualitative and intuition-based. We're still, I think Carl is exactly right, that there's a lot of work to be done to improve the accuracy and the completeness of data about impacts that people are experiencing. But 10 years ago, I would have said, no, we will never boil down impact into a number, because these are people's lives, and it's reductionist, and this is against the spirit of what we're trying to do with society. I think we're beginning to get good enough at it that we can know what are those data points that are truly indicative of people's actual experiences, and have a little bit of trust in the veracity of the data, and begin to transition it from an art to a science. And I hope that in the coming years, we can continue that evolution. And as for how IMP will collaborate, I think of the IMP as just providing one piece of the puzzle. You know, it's not a one-stop shop, it's not a silver bullet. It's just a checklist that a business or an investor can use to just check themselves. Okay, now I'm beginning to measure and manage my impact. Have I missed any important issues? They can quickly run down this list, and usually, oh, I cut 4 of them, but there's one that I missed. And they can quickly fix that, and thereby increase the accuracy and the completeness of the data, and avoid some of these concerns about impact washing that we often hear about.
I think that is interesting, Mike. Let me ask you a little bit, you know, do we have to move beyond personal data security and actually be more transparent? You know, we have GDPR in Europe since a few years, and of course it's make people safer traveling online and have data online and so on. But do we need to move a little bit beyond that actually, and open up for some kind of transparency in data to know that this is reliable and accountable somehow?
It's a great question, and I wouldn't pretend to have the answer to such a big policy question. But my initial instinct is that choice itself needs to be in the hands of the consumer about who the data is being collected, so that they can understand what data, what information are they sharing, and how will it be used by whom. And the hope is that if those individuals understand that this is part of a movement towards more accountable, more responsible business, that they will opt into such a system.
All right, thanks a lot. Carl, I'm turning to you, Carl. You have actually said to me, which I said here in the start, imagine the internet of impact. Tell us a little bit what is that actually all about?
Yeah, the term came about in a moment of frustration where there was a working group that was coordinated by the OECD, and we were talking about data interoperability in the context of impact investing and impact data. And we were asking ourselves, how do we inspire people to work for a reasonably long amount of time on the challenge of data interoperability and to what end. And we coined the term Internet of Impact to really mobilize people. It was an obvious play on the Internet of Things, and we wanted to inspire people and get people to think, what if? What if we were able to use and work with data in a different way? What might be possible? And we can use the analogy of going to a foreign city and trying to travel across a city. We might use a city guide where we trust it because we trust the publisher. And that's a very different way of navigating a city to how we navigate today, where we have our smartphones. We don't necessarily just have a digital compendium of a whole lot of different guides. We have a very different way of navigating the data about a city. So we have live data feeds about bus times, bus arrival times, train arrival times. And with using search, we're able to optimize a journey and avoid congestion zones, or if a train is broken down, we're able to navigate around that. And so in the context of impact, we realize that in order to do that, we need to recognize that impact, when it gets created by individual organizations and when it gets experienced by individual people, that's a very, that data challenge is by definition and by nature a distributed data problem. And most of our systems and solutions that we have revolve around centralized data solutions. So fundamentally, we need to think about how do we harness distributed data technologies, and particularly new technologies and protocols that are being developed in terms of next generation web protocols relating to things like linked data. And I won't go too far into the technicalities of it, but simply to say that I think they're incredibly promising. And with that paradigm shift in mind, and thinking of ourselves within an ecosystem of distributed data, I think we can start, realizing a vision and at least demanding real-time impact data. And that might sound quite phenomenal as a challenge, because I know, in terms of just reporting, CO2 emissions and trying to calculate a full total life cycle footprint or supply chain footprint, it might take months, potentially years to calculate that. And now we're talking about an aspiration of real-time data, not just for one indicator like carbon, but across a whole host of them, like biodiversity, gender equality, etc. But I think if we can think big, and if we're bold with our vision, it's possible.
We have to imagine a lot of things here. Not only in this discussion, but in general on trying to move towards a more sustainable world. I think we have to go into science fiction sometimes, actually, and imagine new things and see how we can go back towards present time and start to take a few steps there. And look a little bit on that, taking a next step. I know, Mike, from IMP's side, that you take a lot of steps in that direction with your community of thousands of practitioners of the ABC and the 5 dimensions and so on. But let's bring it a little bit to the Nordics. And I'd like to hear you, Mike, because you're sitting in the US and you work on a global arena for IMP. But I know you have some thoughts actually on how the Nordics can play a role in this. Let's hear that.
Absolutely. One of the most interesting parts of my job is that I get to speak with investors and businesses all over the world and hear how are they thinking about impact and how are they managing it, and try to build those connections between different parts of this growing community. And one of my observations has actually been that the Nordics are among the most progressive and innovative on this issue. And so my message to the Nordics would be that if it isn't too much pressure, we look to you to lead and to show us what's possible. In different countries in the world, we have different policy environments, different social constructs for the role of business and the role of politics in society. But I think that in the Nordics, we already see, pension funds, AP2, AP7, leading on responsible investment, on climate change. We see conferences like yours. We see, and entrepreneurs and data providers like Cecil doing, terrific work with the index. We look to you to lead, and we look forward to learning from what you do.
Thanks a lot for that. And return it to you a little bit. Do you think it's because that we actually have policymakers and maybe even regulation pointing at this for our region, or is it more actually our tradition and the way we actually conduct business since many years? How do you see that?
I think the answer is yes. I think it's both. I think that the policy plays a very important role in supporting the evolution of, call it responsible investing, impact investing, creating an enabling environment where investors feel that it's possible for them to start to look at factors outside of short-term financial performance. Policy is very, very important for that. But why do you have that policy environment? I think it is because you have a social and cultural tradition, and this is me speaking only as an outsider, so please forgive me, where those values are prioritized and are emphasized in the way you construct and govern societies is my impression.
All right, I'm turning back to you, Sissel. So not only because you're in the Nordics like me, but what do you think that we need to get more enterprises actually work on sustainable solutions further on?
I think actually that one of the things, and also one of the reasons why we created the index, is that we need to look at impact as that's part of any business, in a negative or in a positive way. And I think that we need to start having a language for that. And I think that a lot of the companies that we have done interviews with companies the last 7 years in Startup Guide, and in the end of the day, most of these entrepreneurs, they actually wanted to make a difference. And then more and more we see that there is a need for exactly like a number or a rank or like something that we can measure that, so that the investors can put their money in the right places and so on. And I think we need to start having these role models, right? I think for a long time we had the Silicon Valley as the role model of like, this is how tech should be, right? And I think now there is a specific opportunity for Europe and maybe even for Nordics to go in front of say, this is, tech is an enabler. Sustainability is the new black, right?
Okay, so sustainability is actually the role model.
Exactly, where the tech enable us to scale, enable us to reach a lot of people and so on. And I think that when we started back in 2014, that was, everyone wanted to become the next Silicon Valley because that was what created, the biggest companies. And I think now we're going to look to where do we create the companies who can have the biggest impact? Because in the end of the day, if we don't solve this, then we're all screwed.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm going back to you, Carl. Because I think it's also an open question, but I'm pointing at you first, because it could be, you could say, it could be not that difficult to get data on financial and impact return. I can see that already is pretty tangible with a lot of startups and other activities and so on. But what about the risk in impact investing? How do you reckon, what kind of data and input do we need there actually to assess the risk, not on the financial part of an impact investment, but actually the risk of the impact turning out to be as good as presented or as we like?
Yeah, that is, I think, quite a complex question, because there's so much that sits beneath that we need to still research and investigate. But it might be worth just summarizing and expanding what we mean by that. So you were right to differentiate between how non-financial effects can translate into financial economic effects. And that's, I think very well known in the traditional ESG industry, where people are looking at ESG risks and trying to see how they affect the bottom line of their organization. And often that looks, just a little bit longer term. When we're talking about impact risk, we're talking about, and I'm looking to Mike, I know the IMP have done a lot of work on this in terms of identifying, what is the likelihood of my intended impact either happening or not happening? So we need to have a much deeper understanding of how impact actually happens in the first place. So it's both an issue around measurement, but it's also an issue around evolving the deeper understanding. How do the various causal drivers ultimately translate into our intended effect happening? And so that's an ecosystem shift that needs to happen. We also need to look at potentially unintended consequences. So that is opening up our field of vision beyond just what we're expecting, and we have to start anticipating the unknowns, and that becomes really, really difficult because we're trying to identify things that we typically don't recognize as being there. So again, these are ecosystem changes. But I think if we go back to the analogy with financial reporting, or if we see the history of financial reporting and financial accounting and so forth, we started off initially, particularly with investing, just focusing on the financial return. And then slowly but surely, people realized, well, we need to think about the risk of either losing our money or not getting our money back, and what is the risk associated with our investing. And after that, we saw an incredible amount of research and Nobel Prizes being won in terms of calculating and working out how to, first of all, calculate a risk-adjusted return, factoring that into portfolio management, and so forth. And now I think where we are is to see that conversation open up, where we're adding a third foundational pillar, and we need to see a building up of theory into praxis, and from there looking at the data that we require, and of course, what sort of mathematical models do we need?
What do you say, Mike? What are your thoughts on this?
First of all, I couldn't agree more with what Carl said. What I would add is that, in our experience, stakeholder engagement is the best mitigant to impact risk. So engaging with stakeholders before you make decisions to understand how will they receive the results of these decisions, and then after the fact to verify what actually happened. And I think if you're in the routine of doing these things, you can greatly reduce your impact risk. Now, bring it into financial risk and return. What we see both with businesses and investors is that as they begin to think not just about ESG but about impact, that it tends to take the form of a separate person or a separate team, the sustainability person or the impact person who has their own data sets and their own vocabulary, and they sort of get pulled out once a quarter for annual reporting and so forth. But they're very siloed from the centers of decision making in their organizations, and people tend to think of impact with one side of their brain and financial restriction with the other side, both individuals and organizations. And what we see is increasingly the need to bring them together for integrated decision making.
Impact is actually more of a horizontal throughout different areas of business.
Exactly, and so that the people tasked with managing impact within an organization are fully integrated into the decision-making process and the budgeting and approval and reporting, so that the business as a whole is making decisions that optimize across all of these factors, so that eventually we can get to the world that Carl describes, where investors are able to optimize against not just financial risk return, but financial risk return and impact.
I'll see. Well, we are almost running out of time, but I have a last thing, and I ask it to all of you to just give a short thing on this. And I think that, reducing CO2 emissions is kind of a common denominator that we are talking about making a more sustainable world and the transitions. And but is it enough to translate everything down to reducing CO2? What are other important areas to actually have as a taxonomy for impact to actually change the world for the better? So maybe starting off with you, Carl.
Yeah, I think a lot of that work has already been done. So we can lean on the work that was done in terms of developing the Sustainable Development Goals, and we can look at the range of issues there. Some of the challenges that come through the Sustainable Development Goals are that they are collective and holistic goals, and so some of the indicators need to be measured by public sector organizations and others by private sector organizations. And I think when we look beneath the SDGs, we can start identifying key issues around planetary boundaries that we can all agree are collective issues of concern. So things like biodiversity, ocean acidification, availability of water, and so forth. And on the social side, again, there's a lot of research that informs us about what is fundamentally important for a healthy, thriving society in terms of access to education, access to good sanitation, access to health, and so forth. And those would be the starting points that I would recommend. And once we've got that in place, then we can move forward.
What about you, Mike? What do you think is very urgent to measure on large scale for having a better world? You to yourself, Mike.
Oh, forgive me. I just think that I think that CO2 is a terrific place to start, both because of the intrinsic importance of climate change, but also because it lends itself so well to that single common denominator. So that even today, if you're an investor and you want to optimize your portfolio for financial risk return and carbon reduction, you can do that using the data in a way that I don't think it's really possible to do that for things like poverty alleviation or inequality. So I think that CO2 can be the test case that helps us develop the tools which we can then roll out to other pressing social issues, such as those mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goals.
All right. What do you say, Sissel? What would be your focus thinking for the future on measuring?
I think that the CO2 could be a good example of leading the conversation. I think we looked a lot towards B Corp example, like how to work as a, or how to think about your business as a whole. Again, like it doesn't matter that you contribute to one solution on the one side and then you're actually making another problem on the other side, right? And I think that B Corp has a really good way of thinking about that, and then looking at the business as a holistic thing, everything from how you operate to how you contribute to your shareholders and stakeholders and everything. So I think we need to think about how do our business become sustainable in the long run. And it can be that you are actively contributing to an active solution, but it can also be, as the ABC model from IMP, that you're operating, and by doing that you are avoiding any harm on all kinds of levels, E, S, or G.
Yeah. Thanks for that, and thanks a lot, Carl, calling in from Berlin, and Mike from Boston, and thanks to you, Sissel. It's been a good conversation wrapping up Nordic Impact Business Summit this year and looking a little bit into the future. So thanks a lot, and see you soon again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So friends out there, this is actually the wrap up of Nordic Impact Business Summit this year, 2020. It's been a long day, and we have had a lot of great conversations and learnings from people in the Nordics, but also beyond, about impact investing, and different solutions and how to look into change, and also how to actually use soft values into your matching with founders and investors. So with this said, I say thanks a lot for being there and looking with us. And if you want to make a difference, try to understand the impact ecosystem, and see you again in 2021.